Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another live stream finally. Apologies if my mic's a bit shit, I'm still having to deal with this one, but very special stream because today we are joined by Keza Henshin.
Hello, it is me.
I'm aware we're 2 minutes late. We started talking, didn't stop talking,
sorry.
and then went, oh shit, we're streaming. So, how is everybody? Lots and lots and lots of people just appeared.
They're just vibing. Hello.
Dark Shadow, Blaze Hopper, Metal Morpher, how are we all? Miso Soup, nice to see you. Shiny Joey, it's Adam. TOKUSATSU.
Hello.
I've been racking my brain on what M means, and I figured it out all by myself. I didn't ask anyone what it means. I figured it out. Just so we're all aware. I've also just realised this sub count is just...
There's something wrong with it.
Yeah. There we go. Maybe. I don't know. There we go. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
So
thank you for having me on here.
Thank you for coming. I mean, this is usually the awkward bit where we're like, so how are you? But like I said, we've just been chatting for a bit anyway, so we'll as usual.
No, I'm gonna ask you. How are you? How are you? Sorry, film form.
I am. I'm near as far as I was caught. I mean, if you're asking Amy Jo Johnson, my name's Matt, so I'll even go with that. I've honestly, whatever.
Damn.
I'll no, yeah. I mean, I'm chill. It's the first stream I've done in a while. I think the last one was when I hit 10k. I did one stream, got obsessed, did like 12 in the space of 2 weeks, and then realised shit, I don't have time for this. But we're back, and I am going to try and do these weekly again.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Apparently I'm quiet, so maybe I need to talk louder,
or maybe I turn you up. Let's have a look. Okay, speak again then.
The Welsh and British. It is me. Because I think
the Welsh and British. Am I no longer British?
Yeah. What's really ironic is I actually lived on the outskirts of Wales and England, right on the border. Technically, I went to school in Wales because the school was over the border.
Oh my god! Did you have? You know when you take register in the morning? Did you have to say
No, we were very still British.
It was like Welsh school, but didn't want to associate with them.
I think it was on the border, so you could count it as either side, but technically we were over. Yeah. But it was Much Wenlock. Do you know Much Wenlock?
No. No, not off the top of my head.
It's a little village. It was the birthplace of the model Olympic Games.
Okay. I mean, you said Wenlock, and the first thing I did think of was that little character we had in 2012 for the Olympics. So
yeah, that is based on Much Wenlock. That's based on the actual.
The more you know.
Village. The more you know.
Nice. That's it.
Anyway.
There's about 3 things that should come up now. Film form is British. No, I'm not. I'm lying. Miso Soup says, I need to hear Keza say chicken jockey. Is that from the TikTok you put out?
No! This TikTok... Okay, this Instagram reel and TikTok clip did... Actually, I'm going to find you the number. It's literally me in Cineworld, zooming in on the chicken jockey thing you could get at the cinema and going, chicken jockey! That's it, okay? And then I look back at my Instagram reels. It's the best Instagram reel I've ever done. It's got 9k views.
It's all, you can put hours into something and it be moderately viewed, and then the second you do something just so last minute, that's always what just trumps everything.
Literally, and then I uploaded something afterwards, which was something a bit more produced. It got 1k, and I'm just like, nothing like a chicken jockey.
Yeah.
Oh god, you heard me say it. There you go. Was that the? Am I the only one who didn't know who Keza Henshin is? Hi, I'm Keza Henshin. Nice to meet you. Your fellow Brit from across the pond. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, man. I mean, I was gonna... Don't take that too personally, because Dark Shadow, you're one of my guys. I love you being you. Every short that I post, and it's about like a certain Sentai series, he's commented saying, I've not watched this actually, but it sounds cool. But you're my guy, and you know it. I need a Ranger. I need Ranger or Rider merch. What, as in to show off ours, or you want? I've not got
Ranger or Rider merch. I have the official Yarika plush.
So cool, so sick. I struggle so hard to actually get any Sentai stuff because it's like, it's like, oh yeah, cool. It's like £60 and then £4 million to ship. That's cool. That's cool. That's King Oja, right?
There's a story about this. About this plush. I got it at PMC. A friend of mine bought it for me. I brought it back. It was my birthday. I wanted to take it out to do cute photos on my birthday. Went to a restaurant. Left. My bag got stolen. Guess what was in my bag? So this isn't the original one I actually had.
I was waiting for the redemption of like, and then we found the guy and we found the bag, and I was reading, oh, let's get in.
No, the whole bag got stolen that on my birthday. So I was able to find another one. So I had to buy it again.
At least you found another one. Yeah. Did you lose anything else of value, or was it just the plush?
Ironic. I don't say, I'm not going to say ironically, because it wasn't really ironic. But luckily, I had a feeling I needed to take my phone with me and my wallet in my pocket when I went up to order. Mm-hmm. So I had them in my pockets. And I didn't have my passport with me that day, because I'm 27. I don't need my passport, I'm sure. I still get ID'd, so that's funny, but it's fine. But I took them with me to order, and that was when my bag got stolen. So it was something in the air was telling me to take it.
Yeah.
So
that gut feeling. I love the concept that you could have stood up and also gone, right, I need my phone and my wallet and the plushie just to be safe, just in case somebody steals the bag.
It's stupid, but like, I just happened to feel it that day. I was just like, I had to take it. But damn, she old? Hey!
For real?
I'm not in my 30s yet.
For starters, 27 isn't old. But I remember when it was your birthday and you were like, oh, I'm 27. I was like, mate. Not only did I think I was like older than you, I was like, that is
How old are
nuts.
you?
I'm going to be 22 in August. Yeah.
I am old.
You're not old.
I'm an old woman.
But the trouble is that I pass for like late 20s, 30. So when I'm like, oh yeah, I'm 21. And where I work as well, a lot of the people, because I work in a bar, a lot of the people are also like 17, 18. And then they're like, oh yeah, Nate's like older. And I'm like, oh, by like 2 years. Come on.
God. It's weird because I get... people ask my age occasionally because people see me so young. And then people see me so old. So I've had people say that I'm like, are you 20? To, are you 34?
Very specific.
And I'm like, maybe I had a bad day that day and I looked a bit rough. But 34 hurt. I think I've also had someone say 37, I think, once. And I was just like, that hurts.
I just remember I never saw any, like, I never saw a soft transition between, like, being ID'd and not being ID'd. I just, all of a sudden, one day, it was just like, I was like, again, ID'd all the time. And then I wasn't. And I was like, right, is this a good thing? Or is this about it? Because I was also, but especially back when I was only 18, I'd be like, oh yeah, but I got tattoos. Look at the tattoo, like a proper knob. I'd just be like, who will do his tattoos? And apparently a lot of people under 18 also just illegally have tattoos. And I was like, fair enough. No worries. ID me all you want.
I want to get a tattoo, but I'm too scared of the pain.
Honestly, it depends where it is. I mean, the way I see it is like, it burns a bit rather than like it hurts. But it depends on where you get it. This is the most painful tattoo I've ever had. And it's the tiniest one, just because of where it is. It's honestly...
yeah. If it... Keza looks like 40 going on 23. What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Anyway.
I have just seen Psycho's just put in the chat saying I'm one of Nate's best mates that he's never heard or seen, so I'm planning on jump scaring him at MCM. You do realise though, when somebody comes up to me and goes, "Hi Nate," the chances are I'm gonna go, "You're Psycho." Unless I don't, and then it's just a random person and I just go, "You're Psycho," and they're like, "Oh, thanks, cheers, gone."
Yeah. Okay, because this is like, I don't know if this is your first MCM, but it's your first MCM for TPT and
It's my first MCM, as is.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay, cool. You're gonna have a great time because there's gonna be people who will recognize you, and the people who will talk to you, which will be fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then you will have Psycho who comes up to you and says, "What are you cosplaying?" I don't even know, like, who are you? Me as Yaraka with Yaraka on my head.
Well, I'll expect that as well. If somebody comes up to me just when I'm dressed as me and goes, "What are you?" You're like,
myself.
Sick. No, I'm so gutted because I'm so excited to meet everybody. I'm so excited to just have a good time. First MCM, create a past, let's go.
Yeah.
One of my favourite people in this universe is Tom Scar. And this is the first MCM that he seemingly isn't doing. And I am so heartbroken. And it's outweighed because, it's going to be a good time. But I was like, damn. He's done every MCM for like the last 12 years. And then I show up and he's gone.
He knew you were coming, man. No, I'm joking.
It's sad because I thought Nate was like 29. I need to sort my life out.
Damn. Wait, did I forget that Nate is British? Nate is Welsh. Wait, would you count? Okay, here's the thing.
Right, so Northern Ireland. Well, no, technically Northern Ireland is just UK. British is technically Scottish, English, England, Wales.
Yeah.
I'd associate with being British because I'm also half Scottish. So if anything, I'm very British. But because because I lived in Manchester for a few years, and because I do content, I don't speak as Welsh. Like, I have a bit of a better spoken accent, I suppose, to the point where, like, I ask Welsh people and they'd be like, "You sound English," and then I ask English people and they're like, "You sound Welsh." So it's, if anything, British works the best. But I mean, I'll always deny it to being Welsh.
Fair enough. I have people who don't know where my accent's from. They're like, "Are you from up here or down there?" So I have people always trying to work out what my accent is.
I would have instantly said like somewhere south. Like, I wouldn't have put north, but even then, like, I wouldn't have been able to say, "And this is it."
Fair. It's because it's a bit of a weird one. Sorry, we're not talking Toku at all. I'm so sorry, everybody.
We will eventually. I feel like I don't how are we on this topic? Like, literally before we started this, we were like, "This is gonna." Toku. The chances are we're not even gonna talk about Toku. Right. Carry on what you were saying, though.
Before stream started, we had like 3 different conversations about Toku, about like toys, about Toku as a niche.
Yeah.
And all these different things. Oh well, we'll move on.
What? Right. Let's see. Well, this is the first thing I was going to ask you then, and then if people want to ask questions in the chat for either myself or Keza, then go for it.
Ask away.
I can only assume you found Tokusatsu starting with Power Rangers, just as like a kid or something, right? At what point / why did you like? So, okay, I'm gonna actually look at all of this.
I watched. Well, I think you would understand this because you're in England as well. I watched Toku on Jetix.
Yeah.
Like when it was on Jetix.
Yeah.
I watched like the Disney era of Power Rangers. Sorry, and it was a lot of good fun. It was something I'd never seen before. And I was very much a tomboy when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
So it like fed into my kind of like boisterous tendencies that my mum wouldn't let me feel, if that makes sense. That sounds like such a weird thing. But like, I loved the action. I loved the drama. I loved the campiness. I loved everything about it. but it was like on TV, and I didn't know it was anything more. I knew it was Power Rangers.
Yeah,
I didn't know when it started. I didn't know any of the history, and I didn't know the original context of Super Sentai. It was only when I started getting into anime that I realized that there was Korean and Japanese J-dramas, like dramas and stuff. And then there was anime. And then, if you put the two together, there's Tokusatsu.
Yeah.
Ironically, the first time I knew about Toku was Kamen Rider Double, and a clip came up, and it was the finale. It was like the final fight, and it was just so heartbreaking. The drama, and I'm not gonna say anything in case people haven't seen Double. Have you seen Double?
I've seen Gav.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. There's a big dramatic thing that happens at the end of any season, really. So, but yeah, it came up as a clip, so I was spoiled on the whole show, but it was what I needed to get into it. And then ever since then, I've been lost to time. I've been on the road, enjoying it. I did stop during uni because I didn't have the time. But then after COVID lockdown happened, I've slowly made my way back to Toku. So I remember the first time I had to tell my mom I liked Power Rangers. It felt like a coming out story.
Coming out as
genuinely.
as a Ranger fan.
Yes, it genuinely was, because like she was trying to ask me what I wanted for my birthday one year, and I really wanted this this one like DVD. I can't remember of what show. I think it wasn't even like a Power Ranger show or a Super Sentai show. It was literally just a Japanese drama with Toku actors in it, and I really wanted it. And I asked her for it, and she was just like, "Why do you want this?" And I was just like, "Mom, I like Power Rangers." And my mom just went, "Okay," walked out the room, and I was like, I don't know if she understood.
It is a weird like thing, because it's not like my parents don't give a shit, but it is like it's a weird. I don't know. I remember it was like my 12th birthday, and I wanted all of the original, so like Dino Megazord, Thunder Megazord, Ninja Megazord, or like Kakure Shogun, whatever, Daijujin.
Yeah.
And I got them, and then all my friends came over for a party, and I was like, right, thank you for the gifts. We're now going to put them in a bag, and we're going to hide them, so my friends don't know. And then that was like, and then there was a certain point then when I was just like, all right, I'm not asked. Like, do you know what I mean?
The thing is, like, I totally agree. Being a Power Ranger fan or a Toku fan through all my childhood felt like such a taboo. It was like a conversation I could never talk to anybody about because nobody would understand it.
Yeah.
And I remember mentioning it once, and my not even my friends, they would like this bully that would always bully me about. Obviously, they were the bully.
Yeah.
But they heard me talk about it, and then they started making fun of me about it. So I knew from that point on, I can't speak about Power Rangers at school. I only told my friend about it, and even she didn't really understand it.
Yeah.
She was just like, okay, I guess this is fine. And then I went on Facebook when I used Facebook as a kid. And it was the most popular girl in school in my year. She said, "Oh, I'm ill at home, but put on Power Rangers, and now I feel like I could take on the world." Everyone in the comments was like, "Oh my God, that's so cool." And I was just like...
Yeah.
So I get bullied for liking Power Rangers, but this gal likes one episode, and she's... Ever since then, I just kind of gave up. I was just like, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm just going to get bullied.
I think
but now
as
I
well,
don't care.
like Power Rangers and Tokyo hasn't had that sort of... You know, like how Pokemon was for kids, and then like one of the Paul brothers did a video on Pokemon, and then all of a sudden, like Pokemon not only had its resurgence, but it's sort of like... It's deemed as like, because like the type of people that would bully me in school also thought like the current Marvel films, like even like the PG-13 ones, they're like, oh no, that's for babies, that type of thing as well. So like there was just no sort of remorse for it. But I don't know. I don't know whether it'll happen. I'd love for it to happen. But if Tokyo ever gets like that sort of okay, because like we were talking about, there's still definitely some form of niche to it rather than it being like this thing. I don't know. Maybe Kai Cenat reacts to it one day, and then all of a sudden, it's a mainstream thing. But
yeah, but like, I think it definitely comes from the intent of the creators, if that makes sense.
yeah,
Because like in Power Rangers, no, sorry, I'm gonna go to the original. Kamen Rider Super Sentai, it's seen as a business. It's seen as this really important thing, a really integral part of like Japanese culture. And like there's like local heroes throughout each city, and it's this huge part of the community, and it's a way of them dealing with grief as well. It's like very much installed in their history. But for Power Rangers, it's seen as this kids show that you don't need to have to act for. You don't need to do this. Just do the episode. It's just for kids. And I think nothing will change until their thought process on the show is changed.
yeah.
Does that make sense? I think everybody knows that Power Rangers isn't taken as seriously. Only the fans take it seriously, hence why people get so butthurt about things.
Even that 2017 film, though, there was like I was in the car with one of my mates.
You deserved better.
But we were talking about it with his dad because he was driving us somewhere, and he was just like, "Oh, you boys like Power Rangers, don't you?" He was like, "Yeah, the film came on the TV," and he was like, "I enjoyed it. I had a good time. It was a good film." And then he was just like, "All right, maybe it's not the perfect thing for fans, but like that could have opened doors. But it's I mean, we'll see what happens. Maybe Reignition is the best thing ever. I doubt it, but."
There is there is like rumors that this is like the next what's the word?
Resurgence.
Resurgence. Thank you. I was like, I'm dyslexic as well, so sometimes words don't come to me, and I just have to think. But yeah, so people are saying that this is the new resurgence of Power Rangers. There was like a period of time before Samurai where it was considered dead again.
Yeah.
And now people are saying we're just back in that period of time where it's considered dead, but there's a possibility of it coming back.
I mean, yeah, I did a video maybe 2 years ago at this point, which was like, it's been dead like 5 times.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say with my chest that it's going to have like it's going to thrive again, but it's definitely going to come back again to some degree. So, yeah, a lot of people in the chat are relating, by the way, and just being like, yeah, childhood Power Ranger liking is toxic and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, but I think it's like also when you're a kid, going back to this conversation, you are not surrounded by Toku fans, so you feel very isolated in the fandom in a way. But once you get older and you start having adult money and going to conventions and going on Discord and seeing YouTube, the birth of YouTube, it's probably helped that because everybody's doing Toku videos. Not everybody, but like in the community.
Yeah.
It proves that there is like that urge for it, that need. So it makes us feel a lot more connected. Also with Kamen Rider Global as well.
Yeah, that's what
cool.
I didn't even think that was real until then. The actual Twitter page was like, "Meet our baby brother," and it's just like that's actually quite sick. Oh, that's the thing. I always think to myself like I don't think Power Rangers should just be dubbed Super Sentai.
Yeah.
But like, just if you're gonna do that, don't call it Power Rangers. But I do think like, if we had, or even if it was still subtitled, but on like, some random TV network, or more accessible for people in the US and the UK. I don't know. I reckon because I look like anime's like not even a. That's not even like a sub niche like it used to be years ago. That is like it's like, oh, you watch anime? Yeah, no shit. Like, what do you mean? Like it's just So I don't know. I reckon one day.
I think the you mentioned the Kamen Rider animes or the Power Ranger animes, right?
Oh well, just in general anime, but we've got like 2 Ranger animes now, well, Sunday animes, and the Kamen Rider one.
I think there's 2 now, 2 Kamen Rider animes. There's Futopi I, which I saw being premiered. That was cool.
Nice.
I was there at the premiere for it. By complete accident, it was at Anime Expo like a couple years ago. That was cool.
That's sick.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was happening. I just happened to be going there. But There's also this new one coming out, which is like an old man, like a like a salary man, who decides to put on like a fake Kamen Rider Ichigo mask.
Yeah.
And is going to go around beating up bandits and bad people, which I think is interesting. However, the issue I have with Power Ranger animes, there's an issue I have with Power Ranger animes, Kamen Rider animes. They always have, because it's an anime, it has to have like the fan service. It has to have the anime elements, which I try and avoid. Like, I enjoy anime. I watch anime. I've seen some of the more lewdy stuff because that was just part of the story. No, it was the presentation of the story. It wasn't even something to do with the story. But sometimes when it's like that, I'm just like, this is too much. I just want to see
it always makes itself like self-aware. Like, I watched a couple of episodes of, what is it, like the Red Ranger goes on an adventure to another galaxy, whatever, and like an explosion goes off, and the side character's like, why did an explosion go off every single time you change? And then it's that type of like, it's never just a show that is like a Sentai. It's always something that is like nodding to and like being like, see what we did? We did the thing you like. And it's like, you did.
One thing I did see in that Red Ranger anime, though, is that they have like one episode with loads of references to different Sentai characters.
Yeah, there's like the Go Busters and like, that's... Like, and it's a blink if you miss a thing. Yeah. No, that's cool.
I watched episode 1 and I lost it because of all the fan service. But I might push through to watch the rest of the episodes just to see that reference, because I think it would be really cool.
I think what's weird, though, and I see it in other like forms of media as well, is that they've got like the Sentai Ranger team, and then they've soloed out like the Red Ranger, and then that's his story, and apparently we see stuff about the other Rangers and whatever. But I do feel like that is a big sort of, I don't know, like the Go-Go Loser Ranger isn't about the Rangers, it's about one of the villains or one of the bad guys, and it's like, that's sick, that's really cool. But that's two animes now. They're not really about the Rangers necessarily. And that's fine, because we've got Sentai for that, but I don't know, I feel like for this to be a thing that moves it, I feel like there needs to be like a Sentai anime, if this is what moves it, because it could just be its existence, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, because even with like, oh my god, Love World Domination, that's an anime. Love for World Domination or something like that. That's a Sentai anime. But the main villain is a woman who's like dressed really like in like not very covered clothing. Let's just say that. She's in her underwear pretty much. Yeah. And I'm just like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Give us like a Granute or something from, like, obviously not from Gav, but like give us a monster form. That's cool.
It is always strange when you've got like, yeah. I mean, I was doing something earlier and I needed Madame Noir from Tokuja, and I didn't, in my head that was a monster, and then I was going through the clips and I was like, gee, like they've designed that character to still have all the on-show bits, and I was like, that's wild, because I hadn't even really, I've only ever really seen her as Void Queen, because Tokuja, when I have time to start a new Sentai season, I'm going Tokuja. I've already decided that. But
Tokuja is a hidden gem, genuinely. I really like it. I love how the Red Ranger goes through the show. It is a little bit Red Ranger syndrome, is what I call it. I don't know if anybody else calls it that, but I'll just say that. But really like what they do with the different characters. I think they're all really sweet. There's one thing about that show that every single time someone says Tokuja, I think of that, and it's just bad. Not that it is bad.
Is it that there's like another like train conductor that comes on, isn't there? That's like is that who it is?
Oh, there is Wagon. Yeah, okay, that's not who I was thinking of. But there's a character called Wagon, and she talks like this.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I have voiced her in a fandom. That is why
I've seen Foul Places in the chat. Shout out for starters. I was chatting to him the other day because there's a video I want to do Tokuja based, and I want to get him involved. but like that's his sort of bread and butter Sentai to my knowledge. That's his like he'll die on the hill of Tokyuja, which I was like I think that was half the reason why I was like, okay, that's me going in for it.
The Mecha. The Mecha is what I'm talking about, by the way.
Yeah, that is a wild one, isn't it? I've seen like just photos of that, and I was like, surely, because is that like a tongue-in-cheek joke within the show, or is that just a design they went with and then gone, oh shit, yeah, maybe it does look weird?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't defend it. I can't try and work it out what it means. It's just there. I think they only do it like a couple times. But
there's a few times in even Power Rangers where like something will happen and it'll be like, you know, like how in Shrek you've got jokes for like the parents and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I did wonder whether there was a bit of like or whether somebody's just gone, yeah, that's fine, that can be put out.
I mean,
wild.
there's something like that. There's something that happened in Gav recently. Did you watch the last episode of Gav? The one that's just come out?
I did.
Did you? I can't ask it live. There's one subber who subbed one of the sentences.
Yes. When they're fighting on like this, one of them's the granny's on like the balcony, and yeah.
And we didn't realize when we were reacting. People in chat were like, "Go back to that moment when they were fighting and read the subs." Yeah. We went back and read, and I was like, "Excuse me, how? Yeah. This is a show for kids. How are you gonna explain that?"
That's what I always find weird as well, because like depending on the subber, like there are some words that don't always fall into the same word. So I remember I'd be doing a video and I'd be like, "Oh, this guy said this," and then somebody else was like, "Oh, your sub said like man, our sub said father," and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then you've got subs like that where like one sub says what, and then the other sub says the word that I'm also not going to say. But like, yeah, that was wild. Here's a question I have, because I don't know if it was something that I just like missed or if it's something that they've just said they're doing and I don't like. So obviously, I don't want to spoil Gav for anybody though. Right. So
who's watching Gav and not caught up?
I'll try and be vague. So obviously, you know, Hanto had like this big suitless fight where he was being thrown around and like, you know, and then he gets a new blank.
A new
but it comes from a new. I'm just gonna say it. Mute yourself. So he gets the belt, but then after the episodes, he's still using the gun for his main transformation, and then uses the belt to upgrade. Is that something I just missed? That's just an upgrade thing? Because I thought that was just going to be his new thing. Because obviously it was I forgot his name, Suga, who made him the original stuff, and then I was just like, I don't want to moan about it, but I thought that was a cool transition, and then he just whips that gun back out, and I'm like, right, well, cool, no worries.
Yeah, it is a weird one. I don't think we really talked about it in the reactions, did we? I can see Marcus is in chat.
He's also just said, I haven't caught up. Mate, I've watched you react.
That's an absolute lies! Don't believe anything Marcos says, honestly. That's what I've learned over the years. It is a bit confusing, that, because they obviously show that they have the new belt. Sorry, spoilers, guys. You come into the stream talking about Tokusatsu, there's going to be spoilers. There's the new belt, which is Rakia's belt. And they do use the gun again. I don't know. I think they just kind of combined them. And as long as they're using Shoma's Gochizos, it's fine. Yeah,
that's in my head. It was the Gochizos that I was like, as long as that's a transition. I don't know. In my head, I was like, oh, okay, that's sick. He's put away the makeshift stuff, and now he's got his own. And then next episode, he's like using the blaster again, and I like it. I like that the blaster changer, but
oh my god, I've just realised I edited out something of the reaction because I thought I was being stupid, but no, I'm right. So when we were reacting to that moment where he grabbed, like he made the two belts, like he made a new, Dente made a new belt for Hanto. He was making it, and I was just like, pause. Wait, is he making two belts to put another man into the belt? Like, so there's two men now using the same, like two of the belts. And I thought I was being silly because I was just like, no. This is fine. But no, they just Hanto's now used it. So yeah, but my point still stands. I was hoping that they would make a second one for Sachika. Okay, I am someone, along with Marcos and along with Thomas, and I don't know how you feel about it, and if you disagree, fair enough. I would love to see Sachika henshin. I would love to see that girl get a bat and just eat some heads.
I don't think he's in the stream currently, but Yugi Joe, my mate, every time, because like we'll watch it separately, and then there'll just be a quick like, episode was good, this bit was sick. It always ends with Sachika needs to be a rider next though, because they just can't, because it's like Gav, Hanto, bit of Gav, Lakia, all the, and then well, you know, I've not to spoil, but there's another one, and then I'm just like, when is it her turn? When? Because have there been girl riders before? Because like I've not seen, like I said, I've not seen pre-Gav. Has there been like female riders?
Say, before, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So you are getting into my favorite conversation to have about Toku and women. Let's get into it. So the way that Toku treats women is shit. Sorry to swear. Sorry to say it bluntly. It's shit. The way that they do it in Kamen Rider is different to how they do it in Sentai, but still bad. Like, it's probably worse in Kamen Rider for women. We have had female riders, but it's been a fight to get them there.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely. Like, even in, like, the first era of Kamen Rider, we had no female riders, only men, but there was a character that was pretty much the first Kamen Rider for a female Kamen Rider called, I can't remember her name, it was like Tackle or something, and it was in one of the first Kamen Rider shows. The writer really wanted, or the director really wanted them to be classed as a Kamen Rider, but then Toei, or the director, it was like someone said no, they are just Tackle. So at that point in time, we could have had a rider from the very beginning, but no, did not happen. Several years go by, nothing. And eventually they start putting in female riders occasionally. Occasionally. But there's always like an asterisk with a female rider. There's always like, you can't be a rider because females are too emotional. They can't deal with it. They can't deal with the pressure. And I annoyingly, this is from my favorite show, Kamen Rider Kiva. It's vampire themed. It's mythical creatures, werewolves, vampires, and I'm just like, it's like incredible. Favorite. It was my favorite, and it was like one of my first riders. But then when you look back on it, the females were not allowed to be riders because the guy thought. In the show said, oh, females are too emotional. You need more training. You're not allowed to do it. The guy who's the secondary has one episode where he fails once. He goes completely mental. He has a breakdown after breakdown. He's upset for hours. He cries. He walks all over the floor. He just has a mental breakdown. The female has the chance to take over the belt. Literally gives the man gives the belt to her, being like, this is your chance. She does it once, gives it back to the guy and says, come on, you could do it. It's fine. You got this. And the guy gets a henshin again and goes again.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you are mad. You're actually crazy. And it's like that the whole way through. If a female has power, it's always being powered by a man. So that's what I'm saying. You've touched on a conversation I love having because this is just great. But recently we've had a lot more female riders, a lot more female representation in the shows, which is great. Like in Gotchard, the last show, we had this first ever secondary rider being female. But the way they treated her wasn't great.
Yeah.
So if we don't even get a rider in this show, we're going backwards on ourselves. It feels like we're finally getting like gay representation in this show, but they're taking it away from the female. Like they've retracted on that element, and I'm just like, you were doing so well. The writing was so well.
It's weird as well because, like, again, I can only speak for Gav, but like, Grotta or Grotta, whatever it's pronounced.
Glotta.
She like
Queen.
Every episode she's been in, especially when she's taken on Shoma, like shown him the deal. Like there's been no holding back, and it's not as if they're going, oh yeah, women can't be powerful. Look at this, but then it does feel weird. I mean, look at Q Ranger. 10 Rangers, 2 of them are female, and one of them's like an alien that is technically gendered female, I suppose, but is like, you know, and I'm just like, that is wild. Because it's not even like, because it was Ninja, wasn't it, that has 3 girls, and then isn't that it? Isn't every other team like 2 or less?
Sometimes 1.
Yeah.
And it's the one Ranger in the whole thing, like Dawn Brothers, which is wild. Oh no. Yeah, Dawn Brothers is 1 until you include the Sononi, and then that's 2 out of like 12. So I mean,
like... Boom Boom Joe was 1. Goju just currently
Boom
1.
Yeah. God, Boom Boom, they could have easily added. Oh my god, they could have easily added Mako. I'm calling her Mako. Oh my god, what was her name?
I can't think of her name now either. Shirabe.
Shirabe, yes. They could have easily added Shirabe as a suit. No. They had that one episode where she literally held it. And in the finale, she also holds it.
Honestly, that was the biggest tease. When I saw just that shot. Because they also did it with, wasn't it, you know, the episode where, there's 2 Boon Pinks and we think it's one of them's that girl she works in Toys R Us with?
Yeah.
And then obviously that's
it's
obviously...
Flint.
Yeah. Tukai Flint.
No, okay, here's the kicker. When you think of Bubuja, you're like, oh, we get references to all these different different Sentais. We get Sasuke from Goanja, we get Joe from Gokaija, we get Right from Tokuja, we get all these different characters that you meet, and it's great. So when I was doing the ranking system, I was just like, oh, there's this character, there's this character, there's this character. They all play their Ranger, their Sentai characters.
Yeah.
Then I got to Flint. She doesn't play Flint.
Yeah.
She plays Aki. She doesn't get to Henshin. All the other men get to Henshin when they get to do their Sentai counterpart, their Sentai characters. There's no female Reds. There's no female characters that come forward. Only Flint, and she's not even Flint. It's just bad. And also, we've never had a red female Ranger.
Well, this is what I was going to ask, because obviously, a couple of episodes ago, Sumino became Ryuso Red.
Yes.
And I don't know if I was accurate with this, because basically what happened was I saw a few people talk about it, and then I looked into it and I was like, oh, maybe, but I didn't find... They didn't, Usually, when a pink ranger or when a female changes in some way or another, they just chuck a skirt on. And they didn't in this version. But it also doesn't look like... I don't know. I feel like there was no... And maybe that's what the goal is. Maybe the goal is to be like, oh yeah, we're not going to chuck skirts on them, because whatever. But it does feel like she changed, and then it was like, okay, this is Ryuso Red. And now we get Sumino back when she's back.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because with female Reds, there's never been one except for one. One in the whole history. And that's I'm not going to say it's double the amount of Power Ranger, because we had all those shows before Mighty Morphin Power Rangers in the season. And there's only been one. There's been a couple leaders, but they've always been pink or white. Shinkenji Red had a sister, or there was another person who was the leader, technically.
Lauren Shiba.
Lauren Shiba, yeah, exactly. But in Sentai, I can't remember her name. But it's the same thing with Lauren Shiba, pretty much.
Yeah.
So there was a female Red, but she was there for an episode, and then she left. So people kind of say like she's the only red ranger. That's a female. But with the show with Gojuja, me and Thomas and Marcus have no idea if we're ever going to see a red female ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Sumino, who transforms, but she's the only member of the team that's female. So, like, she has to be the only red. But even when they do turn into a red, she has a skirt. Sorry, she doesn't have a skirt.
It does feel like this is the perfect opportunity to, like, bring back a former, like, Pink Ranger and let them be one of the Universe Warriors, you know.
Them red.
It'd be so stupid not to. Because also, like, because I thought going into it that the idea was it's all past Tokyo actors being the Reds. And that's the case for some, but I've seen that it's not the case for all of them. So I'm like, at what point do you say, okay, we're only going to bring back the people we want to bring back? Because then it's just like, there's no... If you've got a gimmick, do the gimmick. Like, don't just, like, do half and then be like, oh yeah, but we're not going to bring back any women, or we're not going to do this, or we're not going to do this. Especially if they're only bringing back Red Rangers, and they're only going to give men those roles. And it's just like, what's the point? Just try and, like... Because have you noticed, and maybe you have info on this, because I try not to, like, read into what will happen. Ring Hunter Garudo has silver, like, rings around his thing.
Yeah.
Bear with while we place the ranger. Do we know, or do we think, those silver rings are going to be, like, non-red warriors, or do we know?
It would be so. Each ranger is based on obviously the different colors, but also there's theories that each of the Gojujas are actually based on a specific several series of each show. So you've got the magic one, you've got the flight one, you've got with the bird, you've got the animal one with the thing, with the wolf. You've got the dinosaur one for all the dinosaurs. This new one is supposed to be like all like the sixth. Oh no. This is supposed to be like all the rivals. This one's based off of.
Okay, so like the sort of.
We're talking about like I can't remember his name, but the rival. We're talking about his brother, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on the same page then.
Yeah. No, well that's the thing, because he showed up and I was like, okay, because obviously, and we've had all the like leaks and info and whatever that the sixth is going to be like blue, gold, silver, hybrid, whatever, or white rather. But then we've got this guy, and his helmet is like a repurposed Gojuja helmet. Like you can see the ring around it, but then he's just got like the X and stuff. And I think I think the suit looks sick. I just want the suit and like that character to be able to do something that they can't, rather than
Yeah, I think he's actually not the sixth. I think he's technically the rival ranger, so like the evil ranger. Maybe he will be redeemed and he will become the sixth or the seventh ranger later on down the line, which is always kind of what happens with these kind of characters. So the sixth ranger is still on its way, and there's still possibility to have it to be those extra rangers, which would be really cool. Like having all this, like the sixth rangers come back in this kind of form. But I think his power is only using the red ranger keys. No, not red ranger keys. The red ranger rings.
Yeah.
People really wanted him to be able to actually become them. But I think he only projects them and then turns them into weapons.
I thought the weapon gimmick was cool. I thought I was like, that's interesting. That's nice. Spawning the Rangers, I was like, that's kind of cool, I suppose. But I didn't like it as much as the concept of them turning into them. Because I've also said in a bunch of my videos, them keeping the shields when they transform, I think only works for red and yellow so far. I
hate those rings. I hate the chest. I hate the empty ring. I hate it.
It's so weird.
Sorry.
But then it's like, oh yeah, but that's where they spawn their weapons from. I'm like, yeah, for 4 seconds, and then when the weapon's out, it's just a black ring again. Like, I'm not a fan of it. But seeing like having a red Universe Warrior or having a red Past Sentai with the red shield, fair enough, works. Red on red. Having the yellow, it's kind of like a gold shield, like a bunch of Rangers have had before. Like seeing Kyoryo red with a big green shield, I was just like, it just looks ugly. Like, what are you doing?
I agree. The thing is, with the past Rangers, they were obviously designed to look as they are without anything extra. Like there will be the battleizers and the extra things on top, and maybe some changes to the suits when they go into like special mode or like a champion jacket added on top. But the suit still looks good with these extras on top.
Yeah.
Having these Gojuja chest pieces put on top, as you said, it looks ugly, and maybe that's a hot take, but they look ugly. Like you can't defend them. Also, like when you look at them when they go into the mechas, and they wear like the black and gold and white like outfit. Hate.
Honest to God,
Sumero's the only one that looks good in them. Everybody else looks like it's a Timu outfit that looks way too big for them.
I went into Gojuja, and I still might do this, so nobody steal the idea. You can steal the idea. I went into it going, if I'm ever gonna do like a one-off episode where like I shoot British footage and then stitch it, I was like, Gojuja seems like a cool one. And then all the mech footage is that like I can't, because like if they're in a mech, usually they're in their suits, so you just dub over it. No, it's them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, man, I can't recreate Zodcock. That Zodcock. I'm not asked. And it's just like, yeah. I was like, that was the biggest disappointment, because it's a cool concept, but I'm just like, why are we demorphing? I know it's not morphing Sentai, but like, why are we stripping down the suit just to fight in the mech? I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk about the mech then. I think the mech is really cool. I really like the idea of the mech. However, I do not like how, again, as you said, how they have to de-transform to go into the mech. I'm like, there's too much back and forth of like...
It feels like too much of a process. Do you know what I mean?
To go into a fight, I have to transform again, but I've just de-transformed like twice. What's the point? But then also like, the whole point of having a mecha, and like we've known this since MMPR for Power Rangers, everyone being in a mech is cool because that's part of like the whole fight scene. Like I feel like in a Sentai or a Power Ranger show, there's always the intro of the episode, the issue of the episode, then the fight at the end.
Yeah.
Sometimes I skip the fight at the end because I'm there for the plot. It's like that meme.
Honestly,
I'm here for the plot.
Boom Boomja, within the last couple of episodes, minus obviously the episode where like Bundario goes through the ring, I would skip the mech battle. I was like, I know what's going to happen. He's going to turn around and the bad guy's going to explode behind him. I want to see what happens afterwards with the cliffhanger. Yeah.
Yeah. But like that's the whole point of the mecha, is for all of them to be together. Sometimes there's some fights where they don't need all of them in there, but you would either have them all in one room or have them in separate rooms, like in King Oja, so they can fight. But it's the same mecha, and it adds a little bit of like community for it. It makes them work together. But maybe that's the point, because they're not working together.
One of my biggest beefs with Boom Boomja was that like they were always in separate cockpits. Sometimes there'd be two in one, but you'd always see in the background there were 6 seats. And I was like, I can't wait till that finale when they're all in that one cockpit. Never happened. Never happened. I was livid. Which is part of, with Gojuja, I'm like, my favourite part about a mech is when you've got like 5 that become one, rather than 1, and then you just add maybe like a cannon arm, or like, you know, whatever.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It is
It is what it is. I hope that there is some combination that allows all of them to be in the same fight, because...
How do you see the cockpit working though? Because they're very like... It's the most like unique cockpit, isn't it? Because they've got like this big shifting like mechanism going on behind them, and it's... Yeah.
I don't know how it would work. It would have to... okay, here's my prediction then. They can't join the cockpit until we get like the 6th Ranger mecha. That somehow combines all of them together.
Right.
And it will be able, because you know how each time a person goes into the mecha, they're able to use a different type of power. Like for green, it's the wings, but in any of the form, it's not used.
Yeah.
I think if everyone is able to go in at the same time with this mecha combination, then they will be able to use all the forms in different ways, but all at the same time. If that makes sense. Maybe that's it. Or we just never get a mecha that works as one.
See, what I'd love is like, because obviously it's the Tegasword that they're using each time. I'd love for at some point, like, the Tegasword to be compromised. Like, it doesn't specifically have to be, but for whatever reason they can't use the Tegasword. But with their, because they use some form of power in order to summon their individual pieces that go onto the Tegasword. And I'd love to just see, like, oh, Tyranno does have a yellow T-Rex mech, and like Unicorn does have a black Unicorn mech, but we always see them with the Tegasword, and then maybe like they come out separately. I'm like, okay, we're gonna, because we never saw Hoiru's sword until like the previews coming up, so maybe they're still revealing stuff. I don't know. It's fine either way. Like it's not a big issue, but I'm just like I want my Megazord, which I you know what I mean, like
Yeah. I mean, if you think Power Rangers, if you think of Sentai, you will think of the Megazord. Like, it's just part of it. You can't have a show without a Megazord. Like, in Kamen Rider, you sometimes have Megazords or, like, big mechas that you use to fight, but most of the time it's not. Hence why, with Super Sentai and Power Rangers, it's so integral to part of the story. It's just how it is. There's, like, Kamen Rider Den-O that has trains. It doesn't turn into a mecha necessarily, but it's like it's a big mechanical thing that they use in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was gonna say, that's a good point by Psycho. Tyranno Ranger was still morphed when he used Attribution. Although I imagine, I don't know, it is weird. It is a weird, just like, we're just gonna chuck our Sunday best on, and then
yeah. One thing I was going to ask you about, it's more of a statement, but with a question. Like, how do you feel about the Power Ranger coming back? I know we touched on it earlier on, but the reason why I'm asking this is because I really want to voice a monster in the new Power Ranger show. That's
in the Disney Plus thing. I think
because there's loads of people with different opinions, like if they want it to happen or if they don't want it to happen. So I was curious, like what you actually thought about it.
I want it to happen. Well. I think it's a weird concept because Disney Plus are just like hosting it on their platform. It's still Hasbro doing it,
which is a bad idea.
Yeah, I suppose we need more information because obviously I don't know whether this is going to be a PG thing, a PG-13 thing, or just flat out made for kids. And on top of that, I've been told, so I've not watched Percy Jackson and the Olympians, but I've been told that is a great show, but those writers in the people's heads who have watched the show don't gel with Power Rangers to them. And I'm like, right, that's an interesting way to look at it. Either way, I'd love for something to not only exist for me and for fans, but then also to exist to bring in a new audience. Apparently it's confirmed not to be Mighty Morphin. Apparently it's confirmed not to be Sentai related, which for better or for worse, that's the info. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Okay, hear me out. Boom Boongers as a racing car Power Rangers.
See, I'd love it in the same way I probably would have loved if Tokuja had become a Power Ranger as well. Like, I'm not asked about the theme. I'm like, as long as the show's good. I think Boom Boonja's like, if they're trying to bring something back, I think Boom Boonja's not visually the one to go with. I think story-wise, because if they copied most of the story, I think it'd be sick. But I don't know. I think Go Juujin is the perfect looking Sentai, which I think is mad. But I think the concept of it, that I don't think Power Rangers could get away with that well.
The tires might have scared people off. I remember when Boom Boonja was first announced. Like the first helmets were shown, the first poster was shown. Everybody flipped. Everybody was like, "Oh my god, what are they on the face? Tire people! What is happening?" I cried for those tire people at the end of the show. I'm not gonna lie. I had a great time. I fell in love with characters, and I love the suits.
I shared a tear for Bundario, and then there was that moment then when I was like, I am crying over a fictional robot that is named after, what's his name, Vinderes. I was like, what is going on?
Antonio Banderas.
Yeah. And then, but then I was like, it's still, like, it was incredible. Like he was my first because a long time ago I watched Q Ranger, and to this day I'm not convinced I watched all the episodes because the way I watched that show was on the weirdest site that I've ever found in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Boom Boom Joe was my first like right start to finish. I'm going to watch this. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Sometimes I'll go back and look at my early reactions and be like, I do not look like I was enjoying this, but I know I was. And I was like, and then I think I realised it was just the case of like, by the time I was really in the story, I just forgot that I was new to it. And then I was like, okay, no, this is incredible. And I also don't think, because I remember when Sakato was leaked, it was like on like a magazine. And because of the way the page warped him, he looked like he was going to be slightly plus-sized. So I was like, plus size Ranger, can't wait. And then just the most sexiest, skinniest, like... I was like, right, I mean, he's sick. I love Sakato, but I was like, I thought I was getting representation.
Yeah. See, this is why I think Boom Boonja could have been a great... how do I explain it? It could have been a great Power Rangers show, though. Because God, I keep mentioning this interview I did with a director of Power Rangers. I had this chat with him. Oh my God, I've forgotten his name. Cosmic Fury.
Charlie Haskell?
No.
No.
Main director. Oh my God. Do not clip this bit, guys.
Oh, wait.
Marcos, you see, is still in chat. Marcos, please help me. My God.
Yeah,
God.
Oh, wait. Michael Hurst.
No.
It just says Charlie Haskell and Michael Hurst.
Not Cosmic Fury, then. The other one. Please ignore this, guys. I just cannot think for the life of me.
Right, well,
Simon.
Oh, Simon Bennett.
Pookie. Simon Bennett.
He wasn't the director. He was the showrunner, wasn't he?
Showrunner. Sorry, my fault.
Actually.
Sorry, my mental.
Yeah.
I had a migraine today, guys. I'm not all here, but I'm here because I like this guy. I think he's great. So do not come for me. Do not come for me right now. But so I did this interview with him where I sent him questions and he recorded his answers and sent them back. I still haven't done anything with that footage, just because I haven't had time. But one thing he said that a show will do well if it goes from Japan and is able to be localized and transitioned into a good American story. The reason why I think Boom Boonja would be great is because it's racing, F1. The characters are literally named after American celebrities. Mm-hmm. There's Vin Diesel, Antonio Banderas. So that's why I personally think Boom Boonja could have been a really great Power Ranger show. They don't have to keep the story. Just the fact that there are races in F1. Like F1 racing and also just like pit racing. There's a word there. I don't know what it's called, but racing in general would have been cool. That's why I think it could have been.
To be fair, you put it like that, and it does sound better. I mean, even if the what's it? I've forgotten his name. The Ishiro.
You need to change this title to "Two Toku Fans Forget Everything."
Forget everything they've ever known. No, when Ishiro or Chashiro, his arc
Chashiro.
Towards the end, I was like, that's sick. I mean, that wasn't Ollie's arc in Cosmic Fury, but like same concept. But grounded instead of it like a magic spell. It's like he just betrayed him, but then didn't. But like, you know, I don't know.
Oh my
and then
God.
you can just bring like Adam back then as Turbo Green or something. Do you know what I mean? Like if you want to bring people back, all the other car teams are.
I mean, Shashira was literally James Bond. If you really had to think about it, he was a spy.
You don't have to think about it. They did that. You know when they took the piss out of 119, and they give Joe and Chashiro like a little intro. He literally did like the James Bond thing.
Yeah.
Which I think
it's got
they
all
should
the
have had those
American
modes. Yeah. That would have been. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's an argument for why every season could have been. I've always said. So, 2016 Minecraft maybe wasn't at its peak, but that was Duoja. So, like, there could have been like, Minecraft's popping off, and now we're doing a Power Ranger show about blocks and whatever. I don't know. There's an argument for everything, I think. And I won't even get into Q Ranger because, everyone's had that conversation.
Oh god. It reminds me of like when Super Mega Force came out. Like we've had this conversation before. We're like secret announcement, everybody. We're actually working on a video together. And it may be about this specifically.
It's not left the chat yet, but it's happening.
It's like very much in the beginning process of it. But this is a video I've been trying to write for years. Because it happened in one conversation I had with friends in a VC once, where I was just like, wait, why did they use the show? Why did they use Gokaider if they weren't going to use the pirate parts of the show? And I'm just thinking, like, that's a really bad localization.
It is.
They couldn't be pirates.
It's also...
So why use it?
It was such a... That was a time to be a Power Ranger fan. Because then we kind of got... We got redemption with Dino Charge Season 1. Lost it with Season 2. I still quite enjoy it, but lost it with Season 2. Ninja Steel was like, what's going on? Dimensions in Danger was the only good thing to come out of it. And then Beast Morphers, fair enough, I quite enjoy. But that was, I think... Megaforce I didn't enjoy, but I got it. I was like, we've just come from Samurai. This is the tone. I get Megaforce. Super Megaforce was a shambles.
Alright.
I'm not even for the anniversary aspect. Take away the anniversary concept. Just as a show, it was what I was like. What is this? But anyway,
the thing they could have done it well if they just accepted that they were pirates. Like even if they just mentioned it once.
The biggest thing, and I think I guarantee you, a million of people have said this, and that isn't just my own observation. And it will be something I say in the video. Everything, the Rangers' personalities change. Because obviously, you go from Gosei Black to Gokai Green. And they're two very different people. But then it's Jake stays the same. And you just all the poses, they're all doing a pose. And then Gokai Green's just yeah. But then they do the pose when they're still in the Megaforce suits. And he's and you're what is... it's so weird. And it's Sentai footage. Sure. It pisses me off. Pisses me off so bad. I'm so vexed. That's why I want to do the video, because I've got so much, Because that was at a point as well when I got back into Power Rangers. So I was okay, new season. Let's go. Let me get back into this. Could have very well sent me the other way.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, I knew... we'd talked about it, so I was just this is someone that I can make this video with, because the thing is I refuse to watch Super Mega Force. I know enough of the show, I was just I don't know enough.
I went off of what I knew, and then I went right. What don't I remember as much? And then I watched different episodes. There's one story arc in the show which I will save for the video. That does my head in, because it very nearly got really cool, and then they fucked it. But we'll talk about it another time. No spoilers. Yeah. KRX says, congrats on 12,181 subs. Thank you very much. Very specific. I always try and say in my channel bio, which I probably need to update now, it says my sub goals, but I always try and make it if realistically it's 15,000, it'll be 14,828, just to be because what's, there's no difference between 12,999 and 13.
Yeah.
But there also is, but there isn't. So I'm just yeah, fuck it.
Yeah. To be honest, I actually wanted to tell you this. You've actually inspired me to do different content. I've had a list of... Yeah, no, genuinely. I've had a list of videos I've wanted to do, and it's been the same list for a couple years now, and I just kind of add to it. But it's the same list, and I haven't touched it, because since I started doing reaction content, I do 2 videos a week, and then I do videos for my partner, because I edit for him as well.
Yeah.
Because he's also a YouTuber. And
big up Daz Reviews.
Daz Reviews! I was going to say, I don't know if you know, but yeah. But yeah. So I don't have time to do any of the videos I want to do. But people do come to my channel and they want the reactions.
Yeah.
Like if I do something else, they're like, "Great, where's Gojuja?"
It's such
Where's
a.
Gab?
I'm
And
at
I'm
a
like-
point where I'm trying to sprinkle in non-Toku stuff, and it's so
Yeah.
like. I try and make sure for every like non-Toku video I've got, like the next day I'm like, oh yeah, but shit, by the way, use Gojuja or use Power Rangers, just to be like,
Yeah.
we still rolling. Have you got a whiteboard that you write stuff down on?
I don't. I think I should actually.
I believe in the whiteboard theory. Genuinely, get a whiteboard. I was in a rut, right? Because I do 2 videos a week, 1 short a day, and I was doing it like I'd make the short the same day that I post it. It was not good. I bought a whiteboard. I've got it. I won't show it because it's a mess.
Yeah.
On one side is all the shorts up until end of May. One side is all. It's like the next 15 videos I want to do.
Yeah.
And just like the power of writing something down, rubbing it out, and going, yeah, I did that, and then like,
Oh,
honest
that feels
to God,
satisfying.
honest to God, I've got like such a better workflow, and it's still not perfect. I still need to sort myself out, but genuinely, and I write a to-do list on it, and it's just like, for some reason, because I used to do it on my notes on my computer, but if my notes aren't open, I'm not looking at it. I've got to go to open it, and when it's just there, I'm like, oh yeah, shit, yeah, I've got to do that. And trust me, buy a whiteboard. I
To be
believe
honest,
in it.
I have a perfect space for a whiteboard right here. And I'm just like, having a whiteboard actually sounds really satisfying. Like, as you said, it's like that, once you've got it, you can wipe it off kind of thing.
It's
that
just
feels
always
satisfying.
there. Instead of it being in your brain or written down on a notes app, it is there.
Yeah.
It works. Trust me.
Yeah. So, actually, no, sorry. To continue what I was saying, like, you inspired me to actually do different content now. So, what's happened is I don't think I've actually announced this quite yet, but I've hired 2 editors.
Nice.
It's a huge thing. I've never done it before. Obviously, I've never done it before, but I never thought I could do it before, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, I edit my first a Gav video on Mondays straight away, get it out as soon as I can. I'm currently trying to catch up, so that's why I'm still on episode 28, going on to 29. But then for Gojuja, I paused it because I was just like, I'm burnt out. I don't want to touch it. But everybody kept on complaining that I wasn't doing Gojuja, and that made me panic even more. So I talked to Marcus, I talked to my partner, and I was just like, hey, what do you think if I hire an editor? And everyone was just like, sounds good. Put money into the channel, and you will get the rewards later on. So that's what I've done. I've hired 2 editors, and that opens up the week for them to work on those. I can then work on my video that I need to do for Gav. Then I can also work on my partner's videos. But then here's the kicker: I can also work on some more content for my own channel that I've been needing and wanting to do. So I have a video that I'm currently writing about how Toku treats women in Power Rangers or in Toku or like Kamen Rider or Super Sentai. There's also one video that I've talked about to the end of time, and I've mentioned it so many times. It's a video talking about why women have to wear skirts or shorts in a Sentai show or a Kamen Rider show, and why it doesn't make sense. Like, these women are established police weapons engineers that deal with atomic bombs and stuff. Why are they in skirts or in hot pants? So it's like, I'm going to be able to finally work on those edits that I've been pinning or writing on my metaphorical whiteboard for years. And I'm finally going to be able to do it. And I'm really excited. So.
Honestly, I wish you more than the best on it, because that is, like, hiring an editor is the one thing that's, like, one of my favourite parts of all of this is the editing, just because I have fun doing it. I'd love to be able to do my own content, and then as my another job, edit for someone. That'd be my dream thing. I'm in, like, the sort of mental process of, and physical process, kind of being able to do YouTube full time. It's still going to take a couple of months, but I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, if these certain things line up, then I can maybe say, like, right, I'll give myself a year, I'll whatever.
Yeah. Nice.
I do 2 videos a week, and then I always try and get a third, and I can never do it. Never happened.
Yeah.
And I reckon with an editor, obviously that solves it. But then it's like, at what point do I do that?
Jump on that.
Yeah, like actually say like now's the time. Because I'm also really like picky, and I'll be like, oh, please do it like exactly how I would do it, to the exact like, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. See, with my old edits, I used to be very, very, very like, I added an edit here, joke here, boom, 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 like loads of them, like loads of little funny jokes and edits. But because I was just like, I'm running out of creativity, my brain is fried, I went, okay, dumb it down, dumb it down, dumb it down. And now it's to the very basic, just us laughing and making jokes. And whatever comes isn't a reference that I can think of, it's just us talking. And because I got it down to that level, I was thinking about it, but I never thought I'd be able to hire editors. But the reason why I jumped on it now, maybe it's a bit early in my channel, but the reason why I'm doing it now is, one, because of the burnout. Two, I'm getting paid by my partner as well to edit his videos. So I have like income that's coming in, but then I'm getting income from YouTube. It's very small, but it's an amount that I could, like, I never thought that YouTube was something you would invest money back into it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing it, because I'm like, if I can dedicate the however much money, I'm not going to say it on live, but like however much money I get from YouTube, if I can invest that back into my channel and get those videos I have lost the heart to do, like, it will come back and actually reward me, hopefully. But I'm still very much in that, like, oh my god, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm way too, like, what is it? Imposter syndrome. The imposter syndrome. I was so close to the word. I was like right there. But the imposter syndrome is so massive. Like, even now I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. That's a bit worrying. Ooh. But like, my editors have said that I've dumbed it down enough that it's a very quick edit and that they could get more out. And because it's a weekly thing as well, I'm able to like send one this edit and send another person that edit for the next week. So hopefully there comes a back, something comes back to me after that. Like, if that's, I think, more views,
regardless, because also, you know, I won't speak for you, but I imagine you also started YouTube just because you like doing it, right? So it's like, you know, no?
Kind of. Okay. Okay.
In it for just the money. You're the year first.
No. Do you want the actual truth? Do you want the actual truth?
Yeah.
I started YouTube to spite someone.
Right.
Which doesn't sound good. But
9,500 subscribers later, the spite still grows.
It's okay. Basically what happened, people who have like been in my streams, like, no. Like, there's KRX in chat. They were there before Henshin started. Let's just say that.
Right.
I used before COVID lockdown, I did not want to be YouTuber. I did not want to be TokuTuber. Did not want to be editor. Did not want to be online. I wanted to be puppeteer. I had a company that I started with a friend. I was doing shows. I was a theater kid.
Right.
COVID lockdown hits. I get fired from my job because of furlough. I've lost my job. Furlough. Can't do anything. So, my friend a past friend who I do not speak to anymore, invited me to his Minecraft roleplay channel. And he said, I can offer you a job. If you voice in the videos, if you make the sets, if you make the skins, if you write, if you edit, if you produce, pretty much the whole thing. And I was learning editing from the ground up. I was learning voice acting from the ground up. I was learning everything from the ground up during COVID lockdown. By the time COVID lockdown ended, I'd helped his channel grow. But things started going awry. It just wasn't nice. The environment wasn't good for me.
Yeah.
So I left. And he was one of the people who was like, if you didn't have this, would you just go back to being a normal, like, would you work at a normal shop again? It was so demoralizing. It was so unhelpful. And it just wasn't the vibe. And he's the type of person that started kicking me out of the channel because he could hire more popular not Toku tubers, more popular Minecraft tubers, if that makes sense. So I left out of my own accord, but mainly because he was kicking me out. And in spite of him, I was just like, F you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start my own channel. And Kezachi started, where I did like gaming content, where I was streaming, like games, Minecraft, everything. But the channel wasn't doing well because of the oversaturation in gaming. Then I had a conversation on stream once with KRX, and he said, he mentioned Power Rangers, and I was like, oh my god, a Power Ranger fan, that's so great, cool, I'm a Power Ranger fan too, I love Toku. Started talking about it, and he was just like, you should do a channel. Like, you should just start a channel talking about it. And KRX knew me from the Minecraft roleplay stuff. So KRX has been there from the get-go.
Day one.
So
yeah,
day one, literally. And I talked to my partner about it. I was just like, I have all this knowledge about Power Rangers. A new show is about to start. Dawn Brothers is about to start. Should I jump it? And then it started from there. So I didn't start the channel because I wanted to. I wanted to because I wanted to prove myself. But it definitely came out of spite.
Yeah.
So there's ups and downs, but I'm glad I'm still here. Like, that was an investment, my partner said. He was just like, I'll give you some money just to fund it. Do it for a year. See how far you can get with Kaza Henshin. And I was like, bet. And we're still here.
Yeah, man. For the better as well. Honestly, you said earlier, you were like, oh, I inspired you to make more videos. Because my channel I've had coming up in like 2 days. It's 11 years old.
Oh, really?
Wow. It was a Minecraft channel when I was a kid. Then it was fan films and all this stuff. And I did Power Ranger stuff. The first video public on the channel is a Power Ranger fan film I did.
Oh,
I did a
nice.
bunch of random stuff. And then it was a couple of Power Ranger videos. And then when Cosmic Fury came around, I was like, I want to talk about it. This is like, and this was before I had like found you guys, you guys being, Tom and Marcus as well. Before I really discovered, but I knew about like Este and like maybe like a couple of other people. And I was like, I'm gonna talk about Cosmic Fury. And then I did a couple of Cosmic Fury videos that did well. Me and my girlfriend were drunk, and we were like, should we do a video together? Like one of the biggest videos on my channel.
Oh and my god, yes!
And then it was when you asked me, like, oh, could like I do that concept? I was like, Kez is just at last. I was like, that's not, because like I was like, you're one of the bigger ones. So I was like, it's a full circle sort of, which is sick. But it's mad that you wouldn't have even started a channel if just one guy hadn't been a douche. I'm glad he was a douche.
Yeah, in a way, I could thank him because
don't thank him.
I'm not going to,
but,
because his ego would go to the head. Like, genuinely, it would go to his head. But if it wasn't for him, and if it wasn't for COVID lockdown, but I don't want to thank COVID lockdown. But if it wasn't for that situation, I would have never been like, I wouldn't even touched like online stuff. I knew my partner, Daz, did YouTube. I think it was like a couple years into the relationship because it was something he kept very close to his chest.
Right.
And was very private about and very shy about. But then he told me about it, and still when I knew about it, it wasn't really on my radar of things I wanted to do. So, and here we are.
See, because realistically, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, like his channel was maybe a bit smaller at that point, but I love the idea of him having like the same numbers he has now, and just like you never know, and then be like, oh yeah, by the way, like that'd be funny. Yeah, I mean it's weird, It's the just before I had like my not like boom into like actually like growing and making content and stuff, was when my content was at the lowest. I was doing it because I thought I had to, and then also the views were. It was at a time when I was like, if it hits 100 views, it's a good video, and it wasn't hitting 100 views. And I was so close to being like, because I said to myself, I'd do 2 videos a week for a year. I had like 5 months left, and I was like, this might not be it. And I almost was like, no. And then, things picked up, which is why I think it's that story being like, I am going to do it out of spite, is actually like, it's probably more. To a degree more common than people think. Just being like, I'm gonna just prove that I can do it, and then I'll call it a day.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you proved and you did more.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like. Have you ever had people ask you like, how do you start Toku? Like, how do you start making content?
I've got one of my mates is literally like every week, and then I tell him.
I feel like everyone kind of has the same answer, which is just you have to start somewhere. Don't delay it. You just got to start. And I know that sounds like the easiest thing, but sometimes it's harder to start. But like for me, during that period of time, I was just like, I have to just jump into it. And I remember my second video was actually the first video I was working on, and that was me talking about every single Power Ranger in the shows. Like I counted and I named every single Power Ranger show. Every single Ranger in a show, and move on to the next one. And I did animations and stuff for each one. That took me ages. But Don Brothers press conference happened, and I was just like, I'm gonna have to delay this video and just go straight on to Don Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And then that came out. And I think it might still be one of my best videos. I think might not be actually. Let me check. I'm curious.
Well, I tried to. Well, because your Kamen Rider videos specifically do like quite well, don't they? And I know. I try and do a bit of research before I chat to people. It's your handoffs video. That's like one
handoffs,
of the which I think is like.
I've tried to redo that video, like try and like do it in different concepts, like. Because it was like the top 10 Super Sentai, blah, blah, blah. I've tried to recreate that, and it doesn't have the same success. Like, literally 29K on my channel, and I'm just like, that's the best my channel's gonna do. It's not the case, but it definitely feels like that sometimes.
You can't predict what the next, like, top one will be. There's no... Because it just happens randomly.
Mm-hmm. I think that's also it. There's, like... Someone asked me recently in the pub, because they knew I do like social media and stuff. That's kind of what I've said. And they're always like, how does it work? How does it happen? How do you do it? Like, and I've tried to explain it to them as in, like, sometimes you do the least amount of least amount of work on a video and it works. Sometimes you put the most work into a video and it works. Sometimes it's the opposite and it doesn't work. Sometimes you just have to do it and just see what sticks. And that's why it's so hard. People think, oh, they're just online making videos. How fun. They don't do any work. But the amount of stuff you see of like their success is also hiding a lot of the trials and tribulations underneath. And I think that's true to everybody. I think everyone will kind of like it's the expression, throw eggs at a wall or throw things at a wall and see what sticks. And then that's how it works. Because like, I think when I started doing reaction content, that had like a boom of popularity. And I was just like, I'm going to have to be a reaction channel now. And I swore down I would never touch reaction content when I first started my channel. Not that I was like, I'm not going to do it because it's not my thing. It was just because like I wanted to do something a bit more specific. I wanted to talk about the episodes. Hence why in these reactions we have those discussions at the end of the video. It's not just the reaction and then it's done. That's why we sit down and talk about it, and that's why I keep them in. The retention time may drop during those times, but I'm like, we're having this conversation because what the heck was that episode? Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
That's
And
the
it goes
thing as
from
well, because you want to, like, I am trying to be conscious about retention and seeing, like, where that nightmarish graph that I see in my dreams, like, dips off. But then it's also like,
Yep.
you see so many people being like, oh, when you see the dip, go into the YouTube editor and cut that out. I'm like, no. Because that's a crucial part to the structure. And it's like, it's the balance between, right, what is going to do well and what is it just me actually like I want to do that because that's what I like about the video. Because fun fact, guys, there's still like I hate when people go too much into it. You do have to have that like Mr. Beast like shitty mindset of like what is gonna be the perfect sauce and like all that shit.
Yeah.
Like you have got to do that, otherwise it'd be dead end. But I like the fact that, you know, it's why I stopped doing reactions, because my reactions, I was like, I don't give enough. Whereas, you know, I'm like, but if I just sit down and bullet point stuff and just start rambling, I can cut it together and it's somewhat entertaining, at least people think. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. But it's nice that you guys keep them in, because I think that's part of, like I said earlier, but I think I said this before we came on stream, there are a lot of reactioners that are silent, and then it's, whoa! And then silent, and then again, so, you know.
Sometimes I have to admit, we talk about random stuff, though. Like, it's not even... Like, when I was talking to the new editors and explaining the reaction and, like, how I like my edits to go, I had to be like, hey, I apologize. We talk about random stuff sometimes. And the chaos that ensues in conversation in those reactions, you're going to have to edit some of it out. You could keep it in. It's up to you. And I think that's part of the charm of my reactions with the guys, because like you don't know what we're going to get.
Yeah.
And I think people like the chaos, but I don't know. I have a weird like relationship with those reactions. I love doing them because I get to hang out with my friends while we do it. And when I do it with them, it doesn't feel like it's a business. We're just hanging out, having a good time. But at the same time, I've dumbed it down so much that I'm just like, people are not going to find this entertaining. This is a shit reaction. Sorry, I keep on swearing. I'm so sorry. This is a bad reaction. It's boring. So when you were like, you enjoy them, I was just like, oh, okay. I feel a bit better about them now, because sometimes I think they're shocking, but I put them out sometimes because I need to get something out.
Well, I'm the type of person, especially with like my mates, where I'm like, right, I probably don't have time to watch someone's YouTube video they've put out or whatever, but what I'm going to do is if I see the notification, I'm going to turn it on, I'm going to silence it, and I'm just going to sit there just so that they get the watch time, they get the view, and then if I am in a position where, obviously if I'm not editing a video, I can listen.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, okay, I'll check it out, I'll watch.
Sorry, wait. I need to put this as a preface. Marcus and Thomas, I don't think our reactions are bad. I think it's just my editing is bad. That's what I'm saying. It's not that I think us hanging out is bad. I can just see
That's like, it's like finding out your parents are divorced, like, by accident. It's just like, yeah, and it's shit content, but I'd never tell them. They're just fucking... Oh, man.
It's not shit content. I think it's really funny. But sometimes, because I don't put edits into them anymore, I worry people will find them boring. Thomas, Marcos, please don't hate me. It's not what it looks like. Anyway, I think I defended myself, right? I think I saved it.
Can't
right,
wait for
mate?
next week till we see just Tom Sue. Just cut out completely. Yeah, Tomajutsu. There we are.
No! I've been kicked out, man! I'm the leader! Wait, no, it would just be Ka. Because I'd be kicking you guys out. No, I'm joking.
Also, I want to point out, for starters, the stream's been incredible. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, shoot.
And 1 hour and 40 minutes ago, we said, I'm going to ask you one question, then we're going to get chat questions. And we have just fucking neglected them. I know we've popped in every now and again.
I am so
I
sorry.
feel like this is the most of value stream I've done, though. Because I think they're just pure
yap.
Yeah, the pure yap. I mean, if anybody does have questions, put them in, maybe.
I'm happy to continue. It's up to you.
If you guys do want to add any questions, I'm pretty sure you can... Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to do something.
absolute yap.
I think I've just started like a Q&A.
Ooh, yeah.
So
ask something.
Maybe that'll actually do anything.
Yes.
Maybe no. Okay.
Let's go. I got it here. Ask here. Brother, I've been brother. Just ask your questions, please. I don't find the reactions boring, but what does the but mean?
Now you will live in
Correct.
Start a reaction channel with me, Nate. I would ruin all of those videos. To be sat in complete silence. Honestly, to this day, the best reactions I've ever done is of Cosmic Fury, just because me and Joel, we woke up, it dropped at 8 a.m. in the UK. I woke up at 7:30 and I said to him, if you're not awake, I'm going in, just so you know, because we lived together at the time. Both
nice,
up, we sat on that sofa for 3 straight hours, just locked in. And like,
Oh my God.
I think it's the only good reaction content I've ever done, just because we were so invested.
Can I make a collab proposition for you?
Yes.
You come to mine or I go to yours and we do a stream where we just watch a show all the way through. Toku is like 50 episodes long, so that is going to be hard. During my 10K celebration stream, I'm watching the whole of Kamen Rider Build.
Right.
The whole show, all 50 episodes. People want me to add movies into it, so I might not do that, but I really want to do that as a concept. Would you be interested in that kind of concept?
Absolutely. Because there is so much stuff that I need to watch, want to watch, have no time to watch.
Yeah.
If part of that is, if part of the content is me watching, I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
No, that's
The thing is, like, we could watch a Power Ranger show, because Power Ranger shows seasons are now a lot shorter.
Yeah.
We're not watching Mighty Morphin. We're not doing that.
If you want to see that, go to Monty and Nikki.
True.
They've got it all. Hey, D. Marcel in the chat. Haven't been live in a long while. I know. I should have gone live a lot more time. But it's a special occasion today, so happy days. Alive.
Have we had some questions then?
I don't know. I've turned the screen off. And I don't know how to get it back now.
Dismiss Q&A.
Okay. Yeah, so how is the mic fixing coming along? I'm still with this piece of shit. It was meant to take 15 to 20 working days, and it has been 35 working days. And every time I email, they don't send me anything, but then when I email, they're like, oh, we're having some issues. And there was like a company move or something. And I was like, that's fine. And they keep trying to, like, emphasis, they're like, oh, but we're doing it under warranty. I'm like, I know, and I appreciate that. But it was basically like the port for the cable, if I knocked it.
Yeah.
But there was a way that I could, like, level it out and just leave it. I was like, I want to know that it's fixed. And I would have... Because there are so many videos that I've started with the microphone, like big videos. And I'm like, I don't want the sound quality to change. I don't want, because this isn't that good. And now I'm just like, all these videos are just in the back burner.
You're still doing good content though, dude. Like, there's some great content coming out of this channel.
Well, that's your opinion. No, honestly,
Excuse me.
I try to. I'm trying to do what in my mind. I'm like, if I find it entertaining, I'll do it. But it's like, I love 2 videos a week because it keeps me proactive. But then there are times when I'm like, what if I just took a month off and came out with like a 4-hour, like, do you know what I mean? Like a massive thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens down the line. But
yeah,
I want that microphone back. I miss it.
Yeah, it's funny because I watched the Dark Side of Power Rangers video, where you were like, I'm not going to release the video I actually did, but I'm going to talk about it from a perspective from a bit more outside and talking about it. And I was just like, that's such a really good personal video that people will remember, I think, because I watched it and I was like, whoa, there's some, not, this is going to sound really stupid, there's some thought behind this video, but it's because it was a lot more personal, it was a lot more emotional, which I don't think a lot of TokuTubers do in this space. There are people who do. There was Pink Carbonara. Do you know Pink Carbonara?
That rings a bell. I couldn't tell you exactly, but I think so.
Pink Carbonara is another Toku tuber, but lives in Japan. And he recently did a video where he was like, I'm going to delete this in 24 hours, pretty much was the title. But it was pretty much him just talking about his burnout and personal videos like that. And I think those are really important videos. So when you and it brings you closer to the creator, but also shows you a bit of their humility, humanity kind of thing. So when you did that video, I was just like, whoa, this is actually really nice side of you to hear. And actually that's another video that was inspiring me to do more personal videos that are a bit more personal to me and to my experience. Because obviously being a woman in the toku space is strange. There's not a lot of us.
I'm sure there's so many more, but the ones that I know and have interacted with, I could probably count on like just about two hands, and I think that is such a shame because I don't know, man. Especially when you got people like I wouldn't drop any names, but like stories come out about people in the community that are dodgy and like XYZ, and I'm like, all these fucking shitty men. Can we not? Can we just have less men?
One thing that we always talk about on my side of the like on my channel and on my streams is, and just also like between me and the Tonkatsu friends, because like we have Tonkatsu and then we have Tonkatsu Plus, which is like our friendship group that we've kind of like just formed together. At PMC when we went, I had 3 people stalking me pretty much throughout the whole the thing. And I also have someone in the UK scene that stalks and like looks out for me in conventions. Not fun.
No.
But it's something that happens. And like, I'm someone who people have called unconventionally attractive, which is a weird phrase for me. And it's stuck in my brain since, like, this was my friend. This was a friend of mine. It was just like, oh yeah, you and Daz are like a really I don't know how to explain this, but like, and then said that phrase. And I was like,
yeah, that's gross.
That's weird that you said it like that. But then also it's like, that's been like my mental perspective on it. And then having people actually follow me around a con.
Yeah.
It's weird. Anyway.
I mean, I had something to reply with to begin with, and now I just feel a bit taken aback. That is wild. That is not good.
No.
I mean, thank you for the first bit you said. I don't want to just like thank you. I appreciate it, but yeah, that's fucking. And I mean, obviously, I have chats with my girlfriend and like female friends of just, you know, it's always that sort of because I'm in the position of I also say all men because I know it's not all men because I know I'm not fucking one of them. Therefore, I don't need to be offended by that phrase. And then it's the people who do get offended that you're like, you're not fucking helping.
Mm-hmm.
Toku chats.
Anyway, should we go on to the next question?
if you want to talk about it some more, we fully can. I'm not trying to brush over or anything. You know, it's your call.
No, I'm happy to talk about it because, like, as you said, the people who get offended by that phrase are the ones who most likely don't understand it fully or don't
I think don't understand literally, and it's the type of are you aware of Dan Sloss, comedian?
Yes.
He's got an entire thing about how one of his friends did something really, really bad, and he saw signs, but just in his head was like, but he wouldn't. And then, you know. Honestly, guys, I know because there's a running joke, especially people who go to like Comic Cons and stuff. It's like, guys, wear deodorant, guys. Like, because people don't do that. Honest to God, treat everybody with the same respect you would treat anybody else. I can't stress enough how, you know, if anybody is going to MCM, obviously we've both said publicly that we're going to be there. I'm not professing to be somebody who's going to have people fucking running over to meet me or anything, but like everyone's just around to chill and to have a good time, and there's no, you know, let's just keep it that way.
And considering how this next con is going to be interesting anyway, considering how there's certain people there that I will not be wanting to see, it just kind of makes it all a little bit like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Hence why it's good to have friends. I'm just saying, it's good to have friends when you're there. Because when I went to PMC in Pasadena, when I went to Pasadena and I met Marcus and Thomas for the first time, that was incredible, and I felt very protected. And that's when I had the 3 stalkers just following us around the whole thing. Like, I felt very protected, and that's why I'm saying, like, it's not as you said, it's not every man. And I know that there are females that also are on that same kind of manic scale. So it's not only men. It's everybody can be creepy. And I have experienced only men that are creepy.
You got to treat it as such. You got to treat it as everything and everyone is a threat until you know they're not.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Marcus, you need to come to the UK, not gonna lie. I am trying to convince him to come over. I promise you. I am trying to get this man over here. I was going to go in June, July time, going to America. And I was going to spend like a month with Marcos. Like, it was going to be a long time. Like, it was going to be a big, like, holiday, content, creating things, everything. But with I guess we haven't even touched on that. The political climate of America right now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That is because I've got a PMC ticket for next year. I've not got no plans for it, but I've got a ticket. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if that happens.
To be honest, you probably could have got a creator ticket. I'm not gonna lie.
When I got it, I had 5,000, I think. But also my watch time and shit wasn't what it is now.
Yeah.
So I doubt at the time I could have. Yeah. I mean, I've got it now.
You've shot up, so yeah, I'm so excited to see where we are.
Honestly,
come next PMC.
I have such there are lots of people in this community that I really like their content, but I have a handful of people that I'm really sort of like watching, in the sense of just being like, all right, a week ago you didn't have those, or a week ago you weren't doing this content, like that type of thing. And I don't know, I think it's really cool. And there's so many people as well that because I still consider myself to be the new guy. Like, I started doing content and I was like, Christian Anton is this guy, and you go, and now I'm like, I chat to these people on a regular, but it feels so, it's that imposter syndrome. I'm like, what? But like,
yeah,
I'm the guy that's trying to be them, and then I got people being like, oh yeah, love your content, and I was like, no, you don't, stop lying, shut the fuck up, leave me alone. Because I also like, I don't even try and be like humble in any way possible. I fucking hate, I have an autistic meltdown when somebody says to me a compliment, or oh, you're doing really, I'm just like,
I've done that several times.
Brain doesn't compute. And I've just tried to be like, oh, thank you. And inside I'm like, oh, there's nothing I hate talking about more. Which you wouldn't believe, because I post about it fucking every time a vidIQ thing comes through. I'm like, wow. But yeah.
It's different ways of computing the channel in different ways. Like, each person will react differently.
Yeah.
To it, so. There people are telling us to look at more questions. What's the next question?
Why is the RPM blue figure on the wrong side of the screen?
Huh?
On the wrong side of the screen?
RPM figure on the wrong side of the screen? Are you talking about this guy?
Oh, is it because I'm blue? Is that what you mean? Should I
Is that what you mean?
I don't have a microphone.
Should I take him away? I'll take him away.
Shall I just have yellow? Just.
Yes. There.
Yeah,
oh god, oh no.
If
Oh no, I've ruined it.
What Rider series are you going to watch next, says Tanashi? I'm still obviously on Gav. I want Geats is the one that everyone's told me that's the next one. So
Geats,
if I get the time.
Yeah. The first episode of Geats is so much hype. It's like incredible. And the story of it is incredible. Like for a show, there's bits and bobs that go up and down. Obviously, with every show, there's going to be things that work and things that don't work. I don't say watch Gotchard. Gotchard was a bit of a weird one.
That was the one before Gav, wasn't it? It was like the last one.
Yeah, so it's Gav, Gotchard, Geats. All G's. Now go, Juger. Pick another letter, people, please. Yes. Gav, Gotchard, Geats. Geats is a very good shout. Just trying to think of other ones I would suggest. Kamen Rider Double or W is always one that I will recommend to people, which is Futo PI as well for the anime.
This might be answered right underneath as well. Tanashi said, to you, what's your favourite Kamen Rider series?
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
If I had to choose one like right now, it would be Kamen Rider Double, because it was like one of the first shows I saw, so it's got a lovely place in my heart. See, this is the thing. I have this whole meme thing about me liking Kamen Rider Kiva, but if you remember earlier on in the stream where I said how they treated women, that was my favorite show. I would have died on that hill, Kamen Rider Kiva, because I loved the concept. But everybody's gonna have their own show that is nostalgic to them. So you're probably gonna hear so many different suggestions. But as a basic one that I'm gonna recommend to you, Kamen Rider Double. I almost said Kiva. Kamen Rider Double. Because it's a detective show. It's got like the jazzy music. Da, 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 da.
That's something I hope we see more with Sumino. I hope though through a story with her sister we get to see some like proper.
Yes. Oh my god. That'd be so cool.
Spider Blaster has asked, would you ever react to the 1995 Mighty Morphin movie with Daz?
Ooh.
But should I just say quickly, reacting to that movie is the hardest thing ever, because 20th Century Fox, which just really doesn't exist anymore, sees a slither of it and is like, claim, blocked.
Yeah. It's funny, because Daz never really wanted to look at Power Rangers. There's this joke that we have, is that his parents never let him watch Power Rangers from a young age. He was banned from it because he was the kid that would see something on TV, copy it. So he watched The Incredibles as a child. He came out of the cinema and just dashed off, like literally became Dash and ran down the street. His mum had to run and catch him and couldn't catch him. So when Power Rangers was like coming more popular and it was something that was on TV, he was banned from watching it.
Right.
Typical, he's now dating Power Ranger Toku fan over here, which has toys and helmets and more. So when we talk about Power Rangers and stuff, it's always me talking at him and him just listening.
Yeah.
But we did do one video together actually, where it was us talking about the cancelled animated series.
I saw
a lot of
that.
his content is animated. Yeah. The amount of people who messaged me after and was just like, "Oh my god, Kessa, you're in a video with Daz Reviews," and I'm just like, "I'm gonna have to break your heart and,
I'm in a house with Daz
shock
Reviews.
you with something." Like, I think with one person I went, oh, "Really? Crazy! Oh my god, I didn't realize." By the way, I'm dating the guy, and they went, "Oh, I didn't realize that," and I'm like, "I've been dating him." For 7 years. But if we have talking about watching the terrible movies like the 2017 one as a joke. I know.
If you had said Turbo, I would have been fine. Would have been so fine. Oh.
But we have talked about watching Toku together, but it is like it's not really his thing. I think I showed him. What was the show I showed him? I think I made him watch King Oja, the first episode of King Oja, because it was pretty much Attack on Titan. Have you seen Attack on Titan?
not enough. I'd be a fraud if I said yeah. Like, yeah, but like, not really.
If I can ever plug my channel on your stream, there's one video I did where I literally compare King Oja, like the one episode of King Oja, to one episode of something else. The first episode of King Oja is pretty much Attack on Titan episode 1. Like, bit for bit, it's so similar.
Yeah.
And then the last couple episodes is Endgame, Avengers Endgame, to the T. And I really want to like just plug that for you specifically. I don't care about chat right now. You need to see this.
I found it so funny because I didn't watch it, but I was following like the space, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember it being like King Oja. Oh, it's like this green screen volume backgrounds and like they're kings and knights and it's insect theme, whatever. And then randomly it was like King Oja in space, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, sure.
Dude, those movies were crazy. Like they did King Oja with Don Brothers and King Oja with Kyoryuja, or Don Brothers in space as well, and they just really took the like. Have you seen King Oja? Yeah.
Nope.
Dude, if you want to, oh my god, actually,
I'll tell a lie. I haven't seen it. I did watch Marcos's like front to back thing. So I know what goes on, but no, I'm not. Yeah.
The history of but like, if you want a wild show to just see Sentai do something completely different, King Oja is a show to watch. I'm actually thinking of rewatching it because something happens near the end, like in the last like quarter of the show, that changes the concept and the whole vibe of the show completely. But also just like it's, if I had to recommend a Sentai show, I'd recommend Don Brothers, Boom Boomja, and King Oja. I'd recommend other shows as well, but just for the absolute bullshittery that Boomja is. Don Brothers is, and the new stuff that King Oja does. I'd recommend them.
This isn't a question, but it deserves to be said. It's Night KRX. And they said, not even a question, but I'm just so proud of Kez and Keza Henshin. I've been there since the start and watch a person who was one of my childhoods and becoming a friend. So I thought that was worth saying.
KRX, as I said before, KRX has literally been there since I was doing Minecraft roleplays. I think they knew that I was doing this, but there's like other people around the same time that was just like, oh my god, you're this character from this roleplay show, and you're this character from this other roleplay group. That's crazy. We're also doing Toku. That's crazy. And it was like this whole thing, and KRX has been like my number one supporter the whole time.
Nice.
Like, so that's why it's always very nice to see KRX still in streams and stuff. I think I stole KRX from Daz actually, which is ironic. Did you? Wait, was that the case? I might be wrong about that. Don't quote me.
Do you like do videos together frequently, or is that sort of like a once in a while?
With Daz?
Yeah.
We started off doing a lot of collaborations when I was doing like the gaming content. When I first started doing YouTube for myself. Mm-hmm. However, that was more like live streams. But like, Daz wanted me to succeed, not with his name, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
He wanted me to succeed as Keza Chi, Keza Henshin, not as Daz's girlfriend.
Yeah.
So a lot of our content is separate. And
I mean,
you will...
Daz is Keza's boyfriend. As far as that, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I've genuinely, I've seen some of his videos. I maybe subscribed. I'm not gonna promise that, but like, you know, you've done it. You've done what you said you'd do.
Thank you. But like, so do we collab sometimes? Did we collab more in the past? Yes, but as I said before, he doesn't really do Toku content.
Yeah.
So it's like we love each other very much. But we've seen how many relationships break online just from being exposed to people and having to share everything about their life. And I'm quite an anxious person. Like I could say this. I have depression. I have anxiety. I have a lot of mental stuff, and I think in this day and age, everybody does
Mhm.
to a certain extent. Like everyone's like on a spectrum of anxiety or depression, and it is just a fact of life, unfortunately. Um, but the more we put stuff online, the more it feels very much more exposed. So that's why we keep our relationship very, very hidden, very close to our hearts. And I think we do better for it.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's also really proud of me for growing without his name connected to me. Not that I would want that. I don't think I've ever wanted to be just Daz's girlfriend. I've always wanted to be my own person.
Yeah.
So when he suggested it, I actually was just like, actually, I accept the challenge. Again, I was in my spiteful era of like, I'm the villain. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself. Spiteful. But here we are. So I feel like I've done well for my name on my own, but had
You
fun
definitely
doing
have.
it.
I mean, like, I. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Like what you've done, I have also like technically done. Like we're like 0 subscribers, certain amount of subscribers. It's fucking hard. And for you to have gone, I have potentially an option to get it a bit easier and go, no. It's even like that, like well in that is, not to say you should have, you shouldn't have. Like the way you've done it is probably the best way. But I think that, yeah, that's cool. That's sick. There's a few questions that I'm trying to like. Some people have just taken this questions tab and just stated something rather than asked a question.
That's fine. I'm happy with statements.
Spider Blaster said Kimberly is very much known as like the Power Ranger that was every boy's first crush, and then has asked you, is there a male equivalent?
Well, what? I think that's very assuming. I am bi. I never claimed that it was only a man. But fair enough. I think everyone has like the awakening, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I've really thought about it.
In my head, I do think Tommy and Kim are they're the tokens, right? It's like boys love her, girl,
yeah.
And then at least it was like boys wanted to be Tommy, wanted to be with Kimberly. That's like the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see why everybody is obsessed with Tommy and Kimberly, but technically, I never watched Mighty Morphin Power Rangers when it was coming out. I was either way too young or wasn't alive right then. I was still non-existent. But then when I started watching stuff, it was Wild Force. It was. Okay. I think I have an answer. Wait. I'm gonna find out if I am thinking of the right person. Yeah, I'm fact checking. What was it I'm thinking of?
Whilst you do so, I'll throw in my first season was Ninja Storm, so I am an OG Tori guy. Whoa, which sounds awful out of context, doesn't it? Tori the Blue Ranger.
Say, wait,
I'm an OG Tori the Blue Ranger. That's gonna get clipped.
Oh, that's gonna get clipped. I'm not repeating it. I almost did.
I am a Blue Ranger Tory guy. That still sounds awful, doesn't it? Fuck you for having that name. Blake's girlfriend.
Oh, that is funny. I'm sorry. I should not laugh. I think I had a mini crush on. I think I was okay. If I had to think of like a gay awakening, I think it was Taylor from Wild Force, like Wild Force Yellow.
Yeah.
If it was a gay awakening, or to be honest, that was the first show I saw. Actually, I think was Wild Force. But I also thought that Danny was cute and Max was cute, but Merrick, I think Merrick was like my. Yeah, but. I was about to say something.
You went to Zanaku. Oh, Death of the Blue Ranger.
But one thing, yeah, it's funny because when people look at my channel, people see the Smash or Pass videos.
Mm-hmm.
So when people ask me that, I always feel like I'm being judged.
Yeah.
Being like, so what's your gay awakening, or what's a favorite character of yours? Would you smash or not? And I'm just like, have you seen my videos? Have you seen that I smash or pass? I met when I moved to Brighton. So I moved to Brighton just after COVID lockdown closed. No, so like when it opened up again. And I joined like a improv class, and bit by bit I met some of the different other students there, and they found out more about me, and they found out I do this channel. So one night, this guy called Alfie goes home, finds my channel, and the video that I just released was Smash or Pass Monsters, Power Ranger Monsters.
Nice. Solid intro.
The next time I saw him, he was just like, interesting. So you'd smash? And then he just started listing all these characters I said I smashed to. And I was just like, oh my god.
And that is the beauty of an intro video. Because then it's like, have this in your face, don't worry about the other stuff just yet. Have my most proud work.
Oh, it's very funny. But then I actually, now that I think about it as well, Dino Thunder, Trent at the time. I think Trent as well. Also, Tommy Oliver in that. I think, yeah, fair enough. I think everybody kind of says that Tommy Oliver was.
He aged very well. Yeah.
Yeah. But can I be controversial first? Well, it's not controversial. It's just my own opinion about something.
Yeah.
I try, and obviously I do the smash or passes, but I do the smash or passes in a funny way.
Mm-hmm.
So I do the smash or passes for monsters, for this, for the mechas, for the blah blah blah, and I think those are funny. They talk about what is it? They talk about getting with someone or something in a humorous way. But I know that there are a lot of people who would be like, oh, I think this actor is sexy. I want to have his babies. Oh my gosh, this girl is gorgeous, sexy. I love her so much. It makes me feel weird. Hence why I try not to talk about like crushes on actual characters, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that makes me weird. Maybe that makes people dislike my opinion.
I back it. I back it.
It's just, I think it's because in Japan, all the females go. I never know how to pronounce this word. Hopefully, Marcos can put it in chat so I can practice the word again. Gravier. It's do you know what I mean?
No.
Or am I okay? So, history lesson for Toku. Let's just say.
Let's go.
Have you heard of the Toku to BL pipeline?
Yes.
Okay, so basically what that is that most characters in Toku shows, so Super Sentai and Kamen Rider specifically, thank you, yeah, Gravier, I think that's how you pronounce it, but a lot of male actors that go into Toku will go forward after the show to do a BL show. So they will do gay content, pretty much. And a lot of main characters do that. What female characters do, before and after, they will go in and out of this. For females, it's different. They will go through Gravier. I hate pronouncing this word. I never know how to say it. But they will go through this. This is basically making very sexy photos. Making like topless photo shoots, if not very scandalous underwear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just part of their routine. Going into idol content as well is very much just part of their routine, going in and out of it. both could be counted as bad because they both have to do things that they might not necessarily want to do. But for Japanese actors, that's the industry. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying that's the fact. So in Japan, they are sexualized very much, the females. So when people were like, "Oh, I'm in love with this character because she's sexy," I find that weird.
Yeah.
And that is why. Because in Japan, they are sexualized. They are seen as something. Like, someone described it as, and I hate this phrase, but I always repeat it because it's true, especially for the older shows. The females are added into Sentai shows or Kamen Rider shows because they are the thing to look at for the parents, for the father. It's so they have eye candy. And if you think about why the Sentai tradition and Rider tradition, for them to have skirts, shorts, it kind of makes sense because they go through that pipeline into the sexy stuff. Again, a reason why I find it really uncomfortable to talk about women in it, because it's very much for a specific audience. It's not for the kids.
Yeah.
It's for the adults who are there just to get a peep.
Yeah.
And there's some directors that are very famous. I can't remember the specific director who I'm talking about, but in Go Busters, but the Japanese version, there is a director, and you can tell when the director's doing an episode because there'll always be a shot of her thighs.
Mm-hmm.
There'll always be a shot of thighs when this director is directing or writing the episode, and you will see it throughout the rest of Sentai or Kamen Rider. Whenever he's touching the episode, there's always a thigh shot.
Is he like Quentin Tarantino with fucking putting feet everywhere?
We were talking about this today, actually.
He's like, all right, I'm gonna make a scene where a girl has to pour whiskey down her leg and somebody has to suck it off her toes, and you know what I'm gonna cast? Myself. Such a, no.
But that's why
but it's awful as well that it doesn't surprise me that it like you've said all that, and I'm like, yeah, I can see that being the reason. It's like,
yeah,
it's like you said earlier. We've got teams with like 10 rangers, and there'll be 2 females, or like this.
If one.
If one. Yeah. Isn't there like a really early Sentai where it's like only men, and there's 3 of them, and then they're like, "Yep, never doing that again."
There's a couple.
Is it a couple?
Sun Vulcan, I think, is one, where it's all just 3 men.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody else. Probably because they had such a bad retention time for the men. They were like, "Oh, there's no woman to look at," which sounds disgusting, and I hate it. But that is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Koichi Sakamoto. Incredible director, but those shots are... Sun Vulcan is the only one, yeah. Sun Vulcan is the only one with 3 men. It's strange. But at the same time, like, Toei, who's in charge of these shows, are very much of the old way. Hence why we're only just about getting Kamen Rider Global, and why copyright is so harsh. Like with Subaraya, the Ultraman company, they've dubbed and subbed episodes and put it on YouTube for free.
Yeah.
Toei would never. Maybe they'll start doing it now, but Toei would never.
They're surely aware of, like, because the people who watch Sentai in Tokyo are also they're not just the people making content about it. Like, there are people who just don't make content and also like these shows. Surely at some point they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, we're bigger than just Japan and just Asia." Who knows?
Yeah. It's just wild. Unfortunately, it's Toei. It's the same with Garo. Have you ever watched Garo? Or do you know about Garo?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Let me show you a picture of what the Garo suits are like, because Garo is gorgeous. Garo. It's about it's pretty much Batman. Think about Batman. So Garo is about this millionaire's son just think of him as a rich son who lost their parents from a very young age. He has a butler, but he also has this suit that is golden wolf armor, and only he can use the Garrow armor.
Hang on, I'm about to
Look
be
how-
I'm about to be a massive like. Can you send that on Twitter? Because I think if I
Okay,
open
yeah,
it,
sorry,
I think
yeah.
you're just going to disappear from the stream.
Don't worry, I'll I thought about it after I sent it. I was just like, actually. That's just the helmet, but yes, that is Garrow. And it's just this
okay.
golden armor. But Garrow is very similar to like how Kamen Rider and how Super Sentai treat their women as well. And at this point, it's just a very old way of thinking. Like Toei and I don't know who makes Garrow, but they're very much of the old generation of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, you know how I said how in Kamen Rider sometimes females can't be riders because they're too emotional or the power's too much. This show takes away the women's right to be a Garrow, be a Makai Knight. Makai Knights are like the people who can henshin. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm.
Only men can be a Makai Knight, and they literally have stated that it's a biological fact that only men have the ability to be a Makai Knight. However, there's also like I guess you could call them the healers or the priests that are behind them that will help them with their process, with how they fight, and they can be men and women. But women can only be priests, or priestesses, but they can't be Makai Knights. And it's just a very similar kind of thing where like it's very specific. Only men can talk and do this and do that, but only women can only do this.
It's weird as well because there's so much culture in Japan. People always immediately go, "Oh yeah," but that's just how it is. It's like when like somebody in like their 80s is racist and it's like, yeah, but it was their time. It's like, yeah, but guess what?
This isn't the old generation.
Yeah, and you're just like, it is crazy. But even even Power Rangers. I mean, they gave Amelia being red. I think I love that, but I know they went, we're gonna make Amelia red, so we can have a female red, and not just like this is what her story's doing. Like it's still not perfect over here by any means.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. I mean, you can see in chat already, Adam is like, uh-oh, it started, because every single time I'm on stream, I will talk about how women are treated. And maybe that's my role in the Toku community now, is just to talk about how weird it is. At the same time, like, it's not my culture. It's a culture I wish I knew more about or could experience. It's a culture that I love to think about because it's a beautiful culture. But I know that me being white, me being British, me being in the West, there is just a very different society.
Yeah.
And it's not everybody. As I said, it's very much the older generation that thinks about this. But still waiting on that video because I know, Adam, I just haven't had time. Anyway. Sorry, you were like not expecting this to go on for so long, were you?
Honestly, like I said earlier, we've just chatted. There's been no pressure to do anything, so I'm having a great time, honestly.
Do we have another question?
There's loads, but the trouble is there's no like.
Let's just keep going.
I don't want to miss any, but I also don't. I've been asked, and I'll ask you as well, favourite Tegasword formation. I really like the eagle form. I didn't expect it to work, and then the green and gold just does.
It's stunning, isn't it?
Yeah. I also like blue,
the
but the green one has won me over so far.
Yeah.
I thought I'd like black more.
I'm not going to start again. I'm not going to start again on this conversation. I'm not. I promise I won't. I just think that the Black Ranger has been treated very poorly in Gojuju, and I won't continue this conversation because we'll just repeat it again and again. Like the fact that she didn't get to Henshin until episode 5.
It is.
Fine.
Do you know what it is? I really like the episode where she did Henshin for the first time. Might be one of my favorite episodes. I do. She is the only one though that like every single other Ranger, minus when they all showed up in the first episode with their rings, like they showed up in the episode that was their episode, and she was just existed for like 5 episodes, and then we had her.
Like, they did it. They did it well. I have to admit they did it well because they built up her mystery and the way that she did it was great. However, it just took too long. It took too long. I know that they were building up her character. I know what they were doing. But even when she henshined, she didn't even get a group henshin till episode 6. And then she got flirted with for the whole of episode 7.
That one shot where that, I was going to say granny, that no one is just on the wall is like, what a choice.
I watched the episode and I felt very uncomfortable, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'll ask you this and then I'll try and move us on just to get more questions.
Okay.
Rikuo and Sumino's sister, do you have a theory? Do you have like...
Say that again, sorry, you picked out a bit.
Obviously, with Sumino's sister, there was like, all I know is the guy had grey eyes. And then you see Rikuo, and it's like, I loved when you had grey eyes. Thoughts? Any opinions? Any theories?
I thought that was so interesting. They definitely wanted you to believe that it is Leon. I don't think it is. I think it's a misdirect, and it was the parent of him. I think it's so much a misdirect. Or maybe it's such a obvious direct that you think it's a misdirect, but it's actually a direct? I don't know.
I was chatting with Yu-Gi-Oh! For the chat, Joel, and he was basically... It was pretty much my theory, but the way he put it was like, he added a bit more to it, which I really liked. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know that Rikuo has like allegations against him, and he was like, and these allegations aren't true, so I'm going to get to the bottom of all of this, whatever. The theory was just like, there was somebody who impersonated him for whatever reason, caused his downfall with the allegations, and then at the same time, that was the same. You know, like in the way there was the granny that killed Hanto's mother, or like didn't kill but kidnapped and then whatever.
Yeah.
Like that type of deal, where somebody did impersonate Rikuo. But then the part of that is like, why would they impersonate Rikuo and also kidnap a girl? Like, what would that be?
So I had a theory at the very, very beginning when they were given the descriptions after the main press conference. They were describing each of their situations where they were doing something and then something happened that put them in a bad position. Mm-hmm. So for each one, something happens. I think it could be that whoever is pulling the string, like someone was doing it to them individually to set them in the motion of having to go to the rings.
Yeah.
To have to be with the Tiger Sword. However, that was right at the beginning, and I wasn't too sure what was happening with Green. And I don't really know if they could have really done something to Green to make him hate being old. I don't know. to want to be like...
I mean, it'd be morbid, but obviously his wife passed, and then that's the reason why he was like, you know... That's why it was part of the reason why he was like, I wish I had a bit longer, or whatever it was.
Yeah. But like, that was my original theory, was like someone was in the back pressing the buttons or pushing them to require this, and it was all just someone setting it up. Mm-hmm. And maybe the sister having been kidnapped was a setup to put Sumino in action, but also to put Leo as like just the bad guy.
2 birds, 1 stone, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. That's but at the same time, I mean, that was the theory I had at the very beginning. It might change throughout the episodes as it comes. There was one other thing I wanted to say. Everyone's saying about how Sumino's sister could be Bouquet. Yeah. Like, that's a theory people say. And I'm like, okay, she had a flower band that she was wearing when she was kidnapped. It was in the police report, and that in episode 5, that a monster of the week showed her and burnt it. Who has a flower crown in the show? Bouquet. It's literally lilies across there, and her name is Bouquet.
I was gonna say her name is the big one there as well. Yeah, I think that's one of the strongest ones. And also, you could put giving her pink hair could also be because they've still played Sumino off as like, even though she's a Black Ranger, slap those pink highlights on. It's like
highlights. That really pissed me
off.
I
have always said all the. I mean, off the top of my head, you've got Gao Ranger and then the Ninja. Both White Rangers have the pink, just so people know the role they're filling. And I think that I'm like, just get rid of it, because it pisses me off with Ninja Steel and Ninja, because they've all got the same. It's like their color, black sachet, and then the silver outline or the black outline, and then she's got the pink outline, and I'm like, it's fair,
Why?
do what you want, but now she doesn't look like she's with the rest of the team, and that's the OCD in me that gets killed with this.
I mean, if they made her the leader, so that's why she was slightly different. So, like, to show that she is slightly different from them as the leader, then I would accept it. But she's not.
Those are random to go white boots as well, when all of them have the boots of their colour.
I think having a Black Ranger, first female Black Ranger, is epic. But do it right.
Yeah. Oh,
Genuinely. And also, when you think of a unicorn, you don't think of black. You think of white.
Yeah.
And then the black ring would make sense. But I think there's like theories that there's the 6th Ranger that's coming soon is a white Ranger. So that's why they kept it away.
You say that a lot. I mean, all of them are a bit like, you've got a blue lion, a green eagle. It's all a bit up in the air. I think they wanted to. Didn't they want to do like animals with colours that they've never done? Wasn't that like the purposeful?
Yeah.
Because it's always a red T-Rex, no randomly a yellow one.
True. Yeah. I really wanted there to be another female. Sorry, we're going back to this. I really wanted there to be another female. I thought like yellow could have been a really funny yellow.
There was rumours that blue was going to be
have her still
female.
be religious. I heard it was yellow or blue, and having another female would have been really fun. That's why I hope the 6th Ranger is female, but I just know they won't. I know they won't, and I'm not hoping.
I'm a big advocate though of also just more than a 6th. Like, let's say, 6th is male. Like, why are we? My favourite teams are the ones where we get the 6th, and they're like, oh shit, there's a 7th, and then maybe an 8th. Like, I don't know. I like the idea of even more. And if I have like 5 women and 4 men, I'm not asked.
Yeah, do a Go Onja. Do you know have you seen Go Onja?
I've seen RPM.
RPM.
Yeah.
RPM, yeah. So they have like gold and silver, and it's their sister and brother.
Yeah.
So that could work. Anyway, sorry. Should we go on to the next question?
Tinashe said, what do you think we can do as Toku creators to make Toku more mainstream in the UK? Just promote it everywhere, I think. I mean, just, I don't know about you, my audience is US majoritively.
Yeah, same. Ironically, maybe it's the British accent that they love. I don't know.
It is weird. I think the amount Nick's off the top of my head is the only person I can think of that is from the UK that watches the channel. Everyone else is US.
Let me have a look at this actually. Analytics, audience. I'm looking at my channel currently. Where's location? United States, 36% of my audience comes from the US.
Hold on, let's have a quick look.
Everything else is below 5.9%. And that UK is 4.2. The UK is 1, 2, 3, 4 is 5th.
Yeah,
biggest.
I got 48% United States and then 9% UK. And then 6% India.
Crazy.
Shout out.
Shout out India. Hey yo.
And I've also, and this doesn't surprise me, 89% male, 9% female. Shout out to that 9%.
Oh, wait. 93% male. That's crazy. 6.7.
I don't look in this tab enough. In this audience tab.
I was gonna ask you, like, how much of the analytics do you look at? Because me and Daz will literally go to sleep talking about analytics. I know that sounds mad, but we will talk about analytics
period in
all
time.
day.
It's still on my phone. I just don't use it. I have an app which would lock YouTube Studio because I'd like open it, check it, put my phone down. A blink wouldn't pass before I'm checking it again. I try to just look at obviously the subs, but that's the given. But I try to look at the retention, and I try to not look too much into like the actual the view, and just to be like, I'll just leave them do what they're doing. Let me just see how I can do better. It's an awful, because it's so important to look, but you've also got to know where to stop, and I still don't. Yeah. It's awful.
It gets so in your head, and you always think about it. Like last night, I'd uploaded a video, and I genuinely went to sleep, looked at like couldn't get to sleep, looked at my phone and looked at the comments, and my video that I just released was literally called "Gav is officially gay." That was the video. So I was just constantly looking at the comments, constantly looking at like the top 10 as it comes up when it first uploads, and so me and Daz have a rule: whenever we upload, we're not allowed to look at it for the first 24 hours. Yesterday, I did not do that. But don't look at it for the first 24 hours. Then you can look at it, because then you won't be waiting for it to pass a certain threshold. You won't be refreshing it. You won't.
That's
be
the thing, though, because
checking
I think that's a good idea, and I think that's something that I and probably everybody should do. But the trouble is, I'd spend that entire 24 hours going, okay, I'd like it to be at this point. If it's not, it's fine. If it's at this point, I'm not happy. Like, I feel like I'd just spent that entire period just like overthinking and being like, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes I can't wait that long, because, like, for example, the video is called "Gav is gay," and I'm like, oh my god, I have to make sure nobody's in the comments causing me shit. So sometimes that time limit doesn't actually work. Sometimes it just it just goes away. Yeah. I try and do it, and most of the time I'm successful. Or I'll have a quick look and then turn it off. So,
literally last night, I put my phone on the windowsill just to be like, right, it's over there. I can't just pick it up randomly, and then in the morning I have to get up to turn the alarm off. Within seconds, I was like, where is it? And then
I'm gonna check it.
Yeah, and it's never for like TikTok and shit. It's always for that studio app. It's bad. And
it is bad because.
Do you Oh, go on.
No, you go.
I was gonna say, do you social blade?
I occasionally do. However, I tend to compare myself a lot to other YouTubers. And I very bad.
I used to do that a lot, and I was like, I can't. Social Blade has even had an update recently where. So every single time back before they had this update, for anyone who doesn't know Social Blade, it basically like counts it looks at your statistics, and then it takes the general like what your growth has been. And then just the general because growth is exponential in theory, so it kind of tries to work it out. And it'll say like, okay, on this date you'll get 10,000 subscribers. On this date you'll get 12,500 subscribers. I always used to hit them before. It'd be like, okay, you'll get 10k this day. I'd always get it like a week or so before. They've updated it to the point where like whatever current subscribers I'm on, it'll say I'm going to get that in 3 weeks' time, and it'll say I'm currently like 500 behind. And that was good, because for me, that was enough for me to go, this isn't reliable, and I've just stopped looking. And it's done so much better for me, because now I'm not just like, okay, it says I need 10k by this day, I need to make sure it happens, otherwise I'm a failure, and this. And the worst thing is that there's like a compare feature, where you can put in another channel, and it'll die just side by side, and I think that is awful. I don't think anybody should be using it.
See, this is the thing, like, I hate that comparison, because I've checked the comparison between, like, I have to admit I did it between us two at one point, and I genuinely felt bad about my channel after I did that, and I was just like, that wasn't good, because it showed that my subscribers was doing this, and it showed your subscribers were doing this, and I was just like, that was before you passed me, and I was just like, oh no, I can't do this.
We had a chat the other day where basically, just in conversation, Keza had said that she wants my subscriber growth, but then I had said, I want your long-form view growth. And it was just like, we need to shut the fuck up and just carry on what we're doing, because it was like... Because that is the thing. And like I said, before I picked up the momentum, in my head I was like, right, if I do this type of content and this type of content, then maybe I can be like Keza, or maybe I can be like Tom, or maybe I can be like Christian, and then I can do videos with them. And like, it was this entire thing. And then it was when I was like, oh, I'm just gonna do me. Then it was like, sick. That's because at that point as well, it's also just easier to just think about, you know, like, if my video gets 1,000 views. Because here's the thing, like I said earlier, 100 views used to be my, okay, that's a good video. Hit 100 views, I can leave it. That threshold now is 1,000. Just out of, you know, I'm like, if it's got 1,000, happy days. If it's got 900, yeah, I'm also happy. It's awful. Like, I should be able to make a video and it get 50 views, and I go, yeah, but I love that video, so it don't matter. But you get wrapped up in it, and I'm trying to not look at my analytics as much, but it's just, it's like it's injected into your veins, man. It's awful.
It is bad, especially when you start comparing. That's just general YouTube though. When you start comparing yourself to other people, it may give you that, like, if it's like you're better than someone, you feel, oh yeah, I'm good. But then as soon as someone takes over or is ahead of you already, you're just like, oh my god, okay, I need to compare myself to everything that they do. And Marcus, it's bad for your health. You're so right. So the closer I get to 10K, the more I'm like, I have to think about my mental health. I have to think about my mental health, because if I can't sustain it right now, there's no way that I could sustain it later. Like, I've been feeling burnout for a while, which is another reason why I left TBT. I left because I just couldn't keep up with my own stuff and for the stuff with Daz, as well as Toku Power Tyson stuff. Like, I just wouldn't work. And when me and Tanashi, or Alpha Kings 123, were expected to do all the content, not expected, but like, there was a lot of pressure on us two to make the content, and it just wasn't fair. And then you're comparing it to other things, and then everything else is just a lot. That's just in general though with content. A lot of people think content is easy to do because it's just filming something and putting it online. But then the mental strain of trying to keep up, comparing yourself to other people, trying to make things that are going to stick, thinking of new ways to make it creative, keeping up with collabs, and also trying to keep up with content that you're doing. And then to be successful, you have to upload several times a day on TikTok to be even close to being successful. And sometimes you get random videos that do well, great. But then it's continuing that success. And all of that is just a lot.
The fear then is, because it's something that I have like I don't want to say pre-burnout, but it's like I haven't hit burnout and I'm happy with where I am, but I have that sort of like, if for whatever reason I have to stop doing one a day and 2 a week, then what happens? Or like that, and then I'm not there yet, but I'm scared that I'm gonna get there, and I think that's the biggest like, and then it's putting a strain on me now, even though now I'm like, for all intents and purposes, fine. Which is why I don't like the concept of, you know, because everything I post on TikTok is what I post on YouTube. I'm not making separate content. It's the same video I'm putting on both platforms. I'm lucky enough that people on TikTok have been able to pick up on it a bit. But the second that one goes, the other goes. Because it's not that I'm doing separate content.
I can't keep up with TikTok and Instagram Reels.
Instagram I tried.
When I have content, I put it out there. But when I don't, it's a desolate wasteland waiting for content. And I tried to do constant TikToks. Like, I don't know how Tanashi's doing it. And I don't know how you're doing it. And I'm like,
the amount of time Foul plays, if he's still in the chat, because I've only got the questions up. That man will, like, Gojuju will drop, and before I've registered that Gojuju's dropped, he's on my view page being like, oh my god, no way. Like, I'm just like, it is crazy how people keep up with, especially people who do like multiple short form videos per day every day. Yeah. I'm like, how are you doing it? Because when I first started, I was like, okay, I'm going to do one short a day for 4 months, and then I hit 4 months, and I was like, I'm going to do 6, and then I hit 6, I was like, I'm going to try the year. 2 months in, I was like, people who do this are fucking lunatics.
Yeah. There was 2 things I want to say about it. It's when I record and taking breaks. Those are 2 things I really want to touch on really quickly. So the first thing was, oh my god, I've forgotten the first thing. What was it that I
said? When you record and taking breaks.
Yes, when I record and taking breaks. Okay, when I record, and then I try and get a video out, I had to have it where I would, like, there was a period of time where I was like, we're going to do it straight after it comes out subbed. But then because of the strain of trying to do that, especially at midnight when it's coming out live, I was just like, I'm going to step away, give myself a day for them to sub it, and then a day for me to start. Because Mondays, I'm not doing anything else but editing Monday. Mm-hmm. So I will start around 11 o'clock on a good day, 12 o'clock on a casual Monday, and I work all the way till like 4 p.m. in the morning. I will not stop, and I will just edit that video, get it out. Like yesterday it came out at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning for us. That's not healthy, but that's what I do on Mondays. That's my Monday schedule. And I know that that's not healthy, but I don't do it as soon as it's out subbed. I will give myself the rest of Sunday to record it. I won't touch it until Monday. And that's one way that I've protected my mental state. Like, even though I record it, I don't start it straight away. I know that there's like, you know, Tubbo, the Minecraft YouTuber. Mm-hmm. There was a period of time when he was starting off. He would record, edit, as soon as it finished. And he got successful from that because for months, he would just record, edit, till 5 a.m. in the morning. And then he would get back and do it again. And he got success of that, but it made him very ill. I think he said he like collapsed during it. And since then, since when he got that success, he reeled it back. Knowing that, I'm just like, okay, we won't record on Sunday. We won't record when it comes out. We'll wait for the sub. Record 10 or 11 p.m. UK time. Won't touch it till Monday morning. Then I go ham Monday morning, all the way to the end of the day. And then for the rest of the week, I'm doing Daz stuff. But that separation from that helps me mentally a lot. Mm-hmm. Trying to like sustain it all. Yeah. The second thing I was going to touch on was taking a break. You said you're not quite at the burnout stage. But I am. But I was very much like you. But one thing I'm going to share with you, and I don't know if other people have said this to you, but like when I was talking about my channel, I think this was like last year, I was like struggling mentally. I was like, oh my God, I'm burnt out. Marcus told me something that's put it in a different perspective for me. And I've never taken a break from the channel, but there are TokuTubers who have done several breaks throughout their TOKUSATSU YouTube career. There are genuinely like Thomas Jujubi, Markusatsu. I think there's like a handful of creators that have taken breaks off of their channels. Like literally will step away for several months, if not a year, and come back to it at a later point. I've never taken a break from the channel. And that is something I pride myself in. Not that I'm saying that the others shouldn't have done that. But I'm happy that I haven't got to that point yet. I'm waiting for it though, if that makes sense. I'm waiting for my time to have to step away. But I think me taking those breaks do help mentally. But also I was going to say this to you and say that taking a break is okay on the channel. Many TokuTubers have done it.
My issue
you haven't yet, but...
My issue is not like taking like an elongated break, but what I used to do, still definitely do, but in and out I'm trying to sort it out, is it'll be work, because I do a part-time in a bar, but I do content for that bar, and then the other part-time is YouTube, freelance bits and bobs. I do shows for some people, you know, and I will do the days that I'm off, unless somebody's invited me somewhere or like there's something to do on, work all day. The days where I've got then my actual job in the evening, I still work all day, minus maybe like an hour before.
Yeah.
Don't give myself a day off, and then and I didn't even know this, somebody else put it in perspective for me, and then when I physically can't do no more and I have to stop, I don't treat it as this is my day off. I treat it as I fucked it, and now I should be working right now,
Yeah.
and I need to just give myself more, just like, today's the day you're not going to do that. But then it's like, but I also enjoy it to the point where it's like, I'm not, like, sometimes I will just be like, I am doing this because at no point, I'm very lucky in the fact that at no point have I made a video and gone, oh, I'm doing this because I have to. Everything I've done so far is still luckily it's because I want to, and it works out.
That was me with the Gojuja reactions at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I'd just done so many reactions. That's why I stopped Gojuja, because I was so sick of them. That's why I stopped.
Yeah.
I love the recording element. I love streaming with Marcus and Thomas. I love doing that kind of content with them. But that's why I dumbed down my videos for those reactions, because I was so like, I just need to get through it. And I got to that point. That was me. However, because of the editors, I am willing to do it again. And yeah. So that's my reassurance, like, for me, is that I have editors and they can help. But it is hard. It is hard.
It's good to have other people to be motivated by as well. I don't think it was his latest video, but Marcus did, I think it was a Boom video or Gojuja video. And in it, he was basically saying, this inspired me to do better. But then he added his own element to it, and I was like, that inspired me to do better. And that's like, it's a nice domino effect that you can do with, like, just the people around you, you know. It's a good show. I speak to Tinashe on a daily, and that's not even an exaggeration. Like, man is in my DMs, I'm in his. Whether it's like, oh, I just posted this video, I just did whatever. And it's just like, hype your mates up as much as you can. Even if they're not doing content, even if they're just on their own endeavours, hype up your mates and share their stuff and just, you know, make sure everybody's as supported as they can be. So then, when people do need to take certain breaks or need to take a step back or slow things down, maybe they don't feel as bad about it than it could seem to be.
No, I totally agree. I've had people complain that I am a British TokuTuber, but I am friends with Americans. I've had people complain about that.
There's just less of us. There's
less of us, but also I met Thomas and Marcos during a specific, like when I first started doing TokuTubing, they picked me up. Like, I also met Tanashi, I think later on, and hence why I joined TPT, because I went through that. But originally it was me, Thomas, Marcos, and we were just there as friends. Like, it was weird, actually. I was the small little TokuTuber, just hoping to do something cool. And then I got invited to this big collab with those two and another TokuTuber. And we've been best mates ever since. And they are literally my rocks, like, for content, and as well as Daz, obviously. Is just having as you said, having friends, just being able to support you.
Friends who get it as well. Because I have a bunch of mates who I love, and they have the best intention, and they have the best advice, but nitty gritty, obviously, they only can see from an outside perspective type of thing. It's, you know, having people who get it, you know, obviously.
Marcos. Yeah, you see in chat, best mates, where?
I've still got the question page open. I feel like we should. I mean, I've had this question page open. We've got through like 4. I don't think there's any chance we get to the end,
keep
to be
going.
honest. Oh, I don't.
Give us one more.
I don't even know where we were.
Sorry, guys, we've not gone through.
Someone's asked me. Oh, wait, where was it gone? Oh yeah. They just said, "Oh, film from. Do you know about Aquaforce? Isn't that your like team, your PMC team needed?" Yeah.
Aquaforce, dive in. Aquaforce is such an Okay, can I tell you about Aquaforce? Aquaforce is such an interesting thing. So, PMC, I want to do a panel, and I message a connection I have, and I go, "Hey, I have this idea for a panel. I have a creative pass. Is it okay? Can I do it with Thomas, Jujubee, and TOKUSATSU?" And this is a week before I get on the plane to go, by the way. Like, this is very much last minute. I have this cool concept. It's a panel, create your own Power Rangers show. That's basically what it was. He agrees. We get there, we do the panel, and we come up with this, like, we're asking questions to the audience, being like, we need a theme. Aquarium, fish, divers. That's the basic concept. And we build it from there. And it's this beautiful thing. And I've never done a panel before, ever, where it's me, people are listening to. And that was just such an empowering moment. But we also created this really fun concept for a custom Power Ranger show. And we have it all noted down. We recorded the whole thing as well. Actually, it was supposed to be recorded by PMC, but I don't think they ever released that footage. That's so wild. Anyway, we do we go home, months go by, nothing. We don't do anything with the concept. And I go, we've got to do something with it. We've got to do something with it. So I make a video being like, this is the basic concept of this show that we have. Come up with concepts, or come up with character descriptions, come up with something cool, draw if you want. I call out to the ether, thinking nothing is going to come of this show, or of this concept. I make a Discord chat in my server, and then people just start joining. People come in. I have an idea. I have an idea for this. I have this design. Here's what I've designed. And we now have, well, not the full show, but we have this concept called Power Rangers Aquaforce. And we've got people making suits. We got people making theme tunes. We got people writing lyrics. We got people writing concepts. We got people writing descriptions. It's so interesting.
Yeah.
And I want to do more. And people were like, could it be like people were saying like live action? That might not happen. People being like, can we make it into an animated show? Can we make it into a podcast, like audio drama, into a comic? It's just really inspiring.
Yeah.
And now I want to do. I've asked every single time I've like done a creative program like sign up since then. I've always been like, I have this concept for a panel. I've done it before at PMC in America. Went really, really well. No other place really wants it. So I'm like, when I go back to PMC next year, if I can go, I'm going to do it again. Like, I don't care. Even if I do it outside, I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, you should. You should.
But it's just, like, so interesting. Like, I then also dedicated one video per month to it. Haven't been able to do it this month yet, and we got 2 weeks left. So I'm going to get on that soon.
You've saved me, by the way, because I've said I'll do one collab a month. And this has written me off now. I'm good.
Nice. You can run me off the board. But yeah, so the Power Rangers Aquaforce, it's cool. I want to get that. I don't know what will happen to it. I wasn't really expecting it to go well. Have you ever had a video where you're like, this is not going to do well, but I'm still going to make it because it's cool? You release it and it does really well.
One of my biggest videos is me talking about, you know, that 2B Power Rangers reboot parody. Like,
yeah.
One of my biggest videos, and it's just me going, "This is fun."
Sometimes, as we said before, sometimes it's just the randomest videos. You don't expect it to do well, and then it's like just really, really well. And I'm like,
I want to side note very, very, very quickly. So, PMC 2026, right?
Yes.
If anyone of power is listening in, okay, I got really, really, really into the TokuTubing scene, whatever, with my Cosmic Fury videos. One of my biggest videos on the channel is my Cosmic Fury retrospective, okay? If I can get the PMC. And there's a Cosmic Fury panel. I beg. I know Christian did it last time. I wouldn't rip anything from him. I love that man. And I'll leave that out there. But I'll just, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I had the most embarrassing experience at PMC though. Like, genuinely, I cringe
Why?
every single time I think about it. It's in my vlog, but I'll explain this to you. I was in the line to see Gokai Red. Ryota. He was there. I go around the table. Marcos has camera, takes photo. We
Bit of a
pose.
fist bump. Yeah, I know. Yes, I know.
So bad.
I'm no comment. It happens. It's only, Captain Marvelous.
I've never done anything so uncool before. I've never done anything like that before. And I'm just like, The thing is, I didn't even notice until I was editing the vlog. I didn't know.
I think that's what makes it. What's worse is when you clock it and then you've either got to do that. Do I go back in, or do I just carry on? It's like you've got to make that decision quick. At least the fact you didn't clock it makes it easier. But yeah.
Special fumble up the century, he'll never recover. I never recover. I was so anxious though. I had like, oh my god, no dude, I love that man. I love Marvelous. I've cosplayed him too many times as a femme version of Marvelous. I have the memorial Gokai Saber because I love that show so much. And I fumbled it. I was so anxious. It was like so awkward because I kind of went, okay, we're done now. Okay. And run off. Oh. He lies awake at night. No.
When people say never meet your heroes and it's meant to be like in case they're a dick, there should be a part of it that's like in case you fumble it.
In case you fumble. Genuinely.
Oh, incredible. I met Amy Jo at the last WalesCon. Amy Jo Johnson.
Oh yeah. Yeah, nice.
Honestly, I have never held it together more in my life. It could have gone so bad. I walked up to the table. Her and her boyfriend, who co-wrote the comic book, looked at me and was like, "You've said some really nice things on YouTube, haven't you?" That was the make or break. I was like, I could have become the most, but I just had to, shake hands, oh, fantastic. I remember I walked away, and everybody, I was like, they knew what I was. I could have ruined my career in that moment. I shit myself every time because I love doing it. I love, like, my girlfriend. Doesn't matter how much she loves somebody, she is not into meeting people and having selfies, and like she's like, I'd much rather just like be like, oh my god, that's that person. And I get that, but I'm like,
Ironically, I'm the same with Tomska. And with just anybody. But the first time I felt this feeling that you've described about your partner, it was with Tomska when I first had it. Because I've seen Tomska at loads of cons.
Mm-hmm.
There was one time it was Sitsi, like Summer in the City. And I went. And he was like waiting by the bars. I think he wanted to talk to people. And there were some people there talking to him. But it was the perfect chance for me to go over to him and chat. But I said, like my partner Daz was like, oh, go chat to him. And I was just like, I do not want to go over there if I have nothing better to say than the last person just did. Because I will genuinely cringe. I don't want to even consider doing it. And a couple months later, I met Markiplier. That was wild. At VidCon. I went to VidCon with my partner. We got the industry tickets, which was super fucking expensive for random fucking reason. But they made it expensive because no one else could go there. But we wanted to be industry. We wanted access to everything. Because when was the next time we were going to go to VidCon?
Yeah.
There was one panel where it was like, people were like, oh, Markiplier might be there. But we were going to go anyway because we wanted to see the panel. Then Markiplier just walks in, and we're like, Markiplier's here. He wasn't even supposed to be here. He's not even a guest. He's just here. He literally came for the panel and left. And that was the kind of vibe it was. But after the panel, he stayed around a little bit, but he was like kind of like on his way out, if that makes sense. And we were the last people to talk to him, me and my partner. My partner at the time was wanting to do these big projects like his YouTube, make your own story stuff. So he asked him a bit about that, being like, I really want to do this. And I almost didn't even talk to him because I was just like, I have nothing to say to him that I could clarify as something that nobody else has said to him. I want something like that. But at that point, I was just like, I have to just chat to him and just say, I didn't say I like your videos because that's boring. I can't remember what I said. He was just like, well, do you want a photo? And I almost said no because I felt disrespectful. And we took one. Like he took one with Daz. He took one with me and then he walked off. I've never shared that photo online. I've never shared it because, again, I couldn't come up with something that was impactful. I've never shared that photo because of that one thing. And I know it's weird. I met Markiplier. Shouldn't I be really, really happy that I got a photo with him? But I don't think what I said to him made an impact. So I've never shared it. But also, it's like a nice thing to have for myself.
Yeah, definitely. I
you should. I know. But like,
you got to imagine, there's also probably people that have gone up to him and spoken fucking nonsense. So whatever you would have said would have at least like, you know.
I remember afterwards, there was like a balcony that you could walk out, and it was like a small balcony. So he went down the escalator and left. We went out into this open air bit, and we just went, did that really just happen? Did that really just happen? That is wild. And we were the last person to talk to him. Oh, God. We literally had like a full-on mental breakdown for like a couple seconds, and then we walked back in.
Yeah.
But it's to be honest, I don't think I've ever looked at that photo after that because I felt ashamed. I didn't say anything like, oh my God, I really like your videos, like most people would. I just said he was an inspiration, I think, that his videos are really enjoyable, but they give us inspiration to make other things, like to create big projects. I think I went with that kind of standing, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a weird, I don't know how we got into that conversation, but we did.
I back it heavily. I was going to add, it was 2 years ago, and I was flying from Manchester to Dublin to see my favourite band in the world. And I had like a meet and greet before.
Which one?
It wasn't like called All Time Low.
All Time Low, I recognise that.
I got your picture, I'm coming with you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I was like, wait, I know that.
It was like not a proper meet and greet, but it was like, whilst they're doing sound check, you chill, you can ask them some questions, whatever. I'm at the airport, flying to Dublin, they're in Dublin, that's where I'm seeing them. Walking to the Costa to get some breakfast, sat right in front of me, my second favourite band in the world, which is a band called McDougall.
That's cool.
And I was so in my head, I was like, I'm going to see this band today, I get to ask them a question, and then as I'm like, all this is going through my head, the other, if not on par, and I just randomly in an airport, and I just never forget, I spoke to them, had a photo, had a quick chat. I had seen them a couple of weeks before in a live show, and then at that point I was like, I literally do not give a shit anymore, because I was so in my head about that. And then I walk into a Costa in an airport, and the other band that I love is there. And it was such a casual chat that I was like, what is life? I'm in a simulation. This is like... And then obviously I came out of that being like, I could have... I don't even remember what conversation we had. Because I stepped away and I was like, what? Plus it was 4 a.m. and I was sleep deprived as fuck, and it was like,
Oh my God, that's even worse. It's 4 a.m. and you can't even... Oh my God. Now I feel that.
Could have been anything. What I do know for a fact though is they had just changed drummers, and the new drummer was sat with them, and I didn't know who the fuck he was because they hadn't done it publicly yet. And I had a photo with all of them except him, and I feel bad to this day.
Oh no! I mean, he should have known though. Like, I think it's like, yeah.
I hope he does.
Everyone talking about you're a fan of All Time Low.
Oh, and I win pick from Marcos.
Lovely.
All distortions are intentional. Absolutely. Yuki Joe snuck in last minute. Although I imagine I've only just opened the actual live chat. I've been on that question feed for too long. I give up on it in the end.
Yeah, sorry. When you have good conversation, it just rolls. It just rolls.
Like I said, it's been a vibe. I mean, I don't want to end it. We maybe should soon. I'm not saying like now, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
Fair. Fair enough. Tell you what, should we? I'll go back into the questions feed. I'll pick up one more, and then we'll see where that leads.
Yeah. There was, while you're doing that, there was one YouTuber who I almost met, and I'm really sad that I didn't say anything, but it's mainly because I didn't know him as well, but I love his content now. Tednavision. Do you know Tednavision?
I don't think so.
He did this video that I love, and sometimes I just put it in the background because it's such a vibe. He watched every single Barbie movie, like every single one, before he watched the Margot Robbie Barbie movie.
Right.
To make like a whole like conspiracy theory, and it is hilarious. But I didn't know about like who the person was in front of me. It was in a Starbucks at the same VidCon, so years and years ago. And it was in like the hotel that we were staying in, or the one next to it. And he was in front of us in the line, and Daz like kind of leans in and goes, "That's Tednavision. That's Ted." And I'm like, cool. I think I know the channel. And I wished, I still wish that I had gotten a photo with him either way.
Yeah.
Because it's the queen of the waves. So true, Adam.
I realised you obviously turned and read the chat and started singing. For a sec, I was like, "What?
What the heck?"
I thought that was part of what you were saying. I don't know. I haven't had the only opportunities I've ever had to meet people is mainly at a con. I think the only in public like interaction I've had was that neck deep one in the airport. Everything else has just been like I've paid to meet them in some regard, which I think is like as chilled as
Yeah. Do you know that Nick Sampson, the Yellow Mystic Ranger, is performing in London?
I wanted to go. Psycho had asked me if I'm gonna get a ticket because he was like, "We might go," and I would have. I'm going
with him.
Honestly, everything in me wanted to say yeah, but I just can't. With MCM, I can't get that.
With MCM next month. Yeah. Like I saw the same show during Edinburgh Fringe when it was up in Edinburgh Fringe because with Edinburgh Fringe. Daz is in a show that's there the whole month, so I go up and help them. I make all their props and stuff. So I joined them. I join them every month. The Biscuit Barrel.
Only because I follow the girl. I feel bad that I forgot her name, but the one that you did my friend guesses Power Rangers.
Oh yeah, Kat.
So just through you, so through you and her, I've seen you walking around with custard creams on your heads.
Yeah, so. That's where I am every August, is literally at Edinburgh Fringe. I haven't had a summer holiday in years. In
Edinburgh holiday.
5... It's Edinburgh holiday, but I work every day. I'm literally flyering every day. I am helping with the show. I'm recording the show. So I don't really get a break, but it's fun. But anyway, there was a point to this. Yes, Nick Sampson, the show that he's doing in London is the same show that I saw. I assume he's changed a little bit, maybe trying some new content, but I saw the show before. The only reason why I'm going again is because I'm supporting him in his comedy, but also it's a Power Ranger thing, so I feel like I have to go. But it's very funny.
That's what I was going to ask you as well. So it's comedy, but is it like about Power Rangers? Because I saw that he has this Mystic helmet. Yeah.
So basically... the show is based at a fan meet, a panel for Mystic Force Rangers to come back. So it's basically he's there as the only Mystic Force Ranger at the panel, waiting for the others to arrive.
Right.
And it's him going through like this kind of awkward, like they'll be here soon. Oh, we got a call from Pink Mystic Ranger, and they talk, and there's like a recording and stuff. It's very like awkward kind of comedy, but it also talks about it in a very loving way about Mystic Force. Also, there's this, I'm not going to say too much because I know Psycho's in chat, and I won't ruin it for Psycho. And I think Tanashi's also going. I don't know if he said that he's going yet, but he's thinking about it. It's just very funny, but it's all about this failed fan meet or panel, and he's just trying to get through it. And it's just very
sounds
funny.
so good. I wanna. It's May 3rd. Yeah.
I'm going 30th of April.
Oh, okay.
So it's.
I think it was too
There's a couple
close.
days.
Too close to like booking dates off work, but then also.
Yeah.
That's why, if I could do YouTube full time, because the thing is as well is I don't want like. If I did YouTube full time, I'd still be the knobhead that I am. That's like, I can't do this because I've got to work. But the amount of times that I've been invited to shit like that, even if it's just like, oh, come to this place to do a video, come to this place. I got some buddies in Leicester that are like, oh, we should do a video together. I'm like, I just can't. I fucking love to.
Yeah.
I honestly, that it looks so good, that show, and I hope that there's some form of extension that he can do across the UK in some way. Or I don't know. I'd love to see it.
It's very funny. It's also just a love letter to Mystic Force.
Mm-hmm.
For those who are a fan of it, ironically, when I saw it in Edinburgh, this show, him talking about this panel, this meetup of all the cast members. Ironically, he was the only Mystic Force Ranger that wasn't at PMC that year, and I took a selfie with him at the end of the show. God, that was weird. At the end of the show, I kind of said like, "Oh, I'm gonna be at PMC," ironically, so I get to see all the other Rangers as well. So I'm the only person who will see the whole Mystic Force cast, technically. And he was just like, "Oh, you're going to PMC," and I was just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be there." And someone heard me and was just like, "Oh, are you cosplaying?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I'll be cosplaying as this character from this, and then this character from that." And he goes, "Oh, are you Keza?" And I went, "Yeah." And he was like, "You're the cosplayer, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I am." I wasn't because I said like I was going to see the show.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And I just didn't expect him to know that it was me. We offered him a drink after the show, and he kind of said he had to leave early.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but it was
sick,
really
though.
wild. It was wild. I just forgot that some of the members of Mystic Force aren't very nice people. But ironically, I think in a couple months there will be a full Mystic Force cast reunion.
Okay.
At one convention in America. I can't remember. Is it? I don't want to say Ranger Stop because I don't think it's Ranger Stop. But there's some convention that they're all going to be at.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. But it's in America because nothing comes to the UK.
Honestly, I'm so grateful for like the Rangers we have had, but it's only Mighty Morphin, and I'm like, okay, I'll take what I can get. But you know, it's.
I have a bit of a controversial opinion about some Power Ranger actors.
I think we all do, but carry on, because I feel like this is going to be interesting.
No, okay. There are some Power Rangers that just shouldn't have their success because they are literally dog shit people.
Awful people, yeah.
Awful people. But I think that there are a lot of Power Ranger actors. I don't think this about Toku actors. There may be some bad Toku actors as well, but I'm thinking more about Power Rangers that think they're hot shit for a show they did years and years ago, and they're still riding off that success. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. You were in a really cool show. But I find that because they were in MMPR, I'm not going to say who, because It's fine. But because they were in MMPR, they think they're entitled to the success. And I'm like, fair enough.
There are some people, because this is the way I see it, is there are some people that are awful people, and there are some people whose morals and intentions are very good, but they still associate with the really bad people. And I'm like, you know. Have I lost connection, or has Keza lost connection, is my question. Chat, can somebody help me out? Can you still hear me? It's about to be interesting. I know there's a delay on chat, so I'm going to have to wait even if there is. We can. Okay. Unfortunately, it seems Keza has stepped... Oh, I can hear something. Oh. Hello? No, gone again. Maybe this is the universe saying that we've done 3.5 hours.
Are we back?
Okay, we're back. We're back.
I'm so sorry. What happened?
That's fine. You froze, and then I couldn't tell if it was me or... Yeah.
I think it might have been my internet. I'm so sorry, everybody. I think I am back, though.
That's cool. I don't know if... Did you catch what I said?
I don't think I did. I'm so sorry.
So there are some Power Ranger actors that are awful people, and there are some Power Ranger actors whose morals and their beliefs are good, but they associate and big up the awful people still. And it is such a crossroads for me, because I'm not going to name names, but there are certain people that I would love to meet. And then I'm like, I think you're a good person, but also you're not that good a person because you are still actively associated with the awful people. And that's like, you know. And there are some people that I think... There's some Power Ranger actors that were like, oh yeah, I was on Power Rangers. I'll happily go to a con. I'll happily meet fans. And there are some people who are like, do you remember me? Do you remember me? I was that Ranger. I was that guy. Yeah. And it's like, right, okay, cool. No worries.
Yeah. It's just okay. I had one bad interaction with one of the people who is coming to the con, to MCM. At the last MCM I went to, ironically, I went up to them, started saying about how we have the Toku Power Tizen meet, and then just to kind of like inform them that we are doing something as a Power Ranger fandom in the UK, because I don't think they knew, even though we tried to make it public. And then their friend in the back laughed at me. And then they laughed at me as well. And I'm just like, I don't understand why.
Will you drop me their name on Twitter? Don't say it publicly.
Yeah. I'm trying to be so...
No, I know. In my head, I feel like I know who it is, but that's, yeah. Let's have a look. The exact person I thought it was. Because I will say this publicly. Well, I've said this publicly anyway. Fuck Austin St. John.
Yep.
I'm hands down, every single Power Ranger actor that showed up in that documentary that just came out, I don't like any of them.
Yep.
Not a single one of them. I also... There are some that associate with them that are good people. Yeah. But I'm like, why do you still put up with them?
Yeah.
You know, so... And it's weird because my perfect world is ASJ wasn't the person he is. Everybody was treated fairly. Nobody was an awful person. And then once and always was all of them. And obviously in an even more perfect world, obviously Twee and JDF are there. But I mean, you know. But it's cracked. And I think somebody said in the chat just now about, it was myself. I find it funny how hardly any of the Power Ranger actors have found success afterwards. I think it's 50, maybe even 60% the industry does look down on Power Rangers a bit. And it's like, you did that, therefore, you know. I also think a lot of people do just live off it in terms of they just don't let it go.
Yeah. that is mainly my controversial take, is that there are some actors in Toku, sorry. There's some actors in Power Rangers who just don't let go of the fame they once had, and then they assume that they're entitled to that fame.
Mhm.
I'm sure there's loads of people who are not like that. There's oh my god, I can't remember their name, but they were the Blue Ranger in Dino Charge and the Blue Ranger in Ninja for the recent Ninja.
Yoshi and Peter Tadasso.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard that they are the most earnest, lovely, honest people when it comes to their fans.
Yoshi
And
Tadasso just
would love to meet
loved
them.
Power Rangers anyway. He did like suit acting
Yeah.
for some like live shows, and then have you seen you surely seen the PMC video of him announcing his brother as Blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. Some of the later ones are some of the better ones, but there's some inconsistencies with them as well.
Yeah.
But
See, this is why I don't want success or being in movies. I used to want to be an actor and do things and be like not famous, but I love the process of a rehearsal process turning into something creative and doing something at the end. I love that process. When I was a theater kid, I loved that process. Like doing the rehearsals, then finding it, or learning a dance and then showing it, or creating a dance. I did a lot of choreography when I was at uni. But the thing I've always wanted to do since I was a kid, actually, I can't believe I didn't mention this before, was either most recently voice act a monster, because I'm very much in my voice acting era at the moment, and I want to do all the voice acting I can do. Or I wanted it to be a stunt actor. I did judo and jiu-jitsu at uni, and I fell in love with it. And if I can voice act a monster of the week or a little gremlin thing on the side, my life would be complete, genuinely.
yeah.
Or I don't know, like I'm genuinely considering starting to do martial arts again, just to get to that point. I've started tap dancing again.
I did an interview with some guys who did a Power Ranger fan film based in London.
Ah, nice.
And
Wait, ooh.
So the fan film is called Once a Ranger.
Yes, yeah.
And they have, it's not like theirs, but they're like, the guy who runs it, they're very close with, which is why they did the film. It's called True Edge, and it's like a fight training like business. And
Nice.
you can sign up and you can join it, but they also do like events kind of. Well, I did one recently where it's like, do you want to learn how to like wield a lightsaber? We're putting on that event type of thing. And
Yeah.
I know Brighton and London's not like close, but it's yeah. I'm just saying that potentially have a look into them if you want to kind of go into it.
You're gonna have to send me
really
that.
good.
Like,
I will.
link
I'll
to
send you
it.
the link. Yeah. But and shout out to Andy. I know he's not here, but just to plug his to plug him, because they're going to do a sequel to that fan film as well. One of the best things about that fan film was the fighting. They are, and I follow everybody now who was in it, and one of them specifically, her name's Meg Matthews. Every day, it's an update on like her, but you see like a sword or like a bow staff or something, and I'm just like, that is a stunt double. It's a crazy school, and if I lived closer, I'd consider myself like doing a 4-hour trip each time I want to do something.
I wanna. So I think there was a question earlier on about like how do we bring more Toku stuff to the UK, or how do we push for more Toku stuff or Power Ranger stuff in the UK? And I think after seeing how the industry is dealing with Power Rangers at the moment, but also looking at how big filming companies are dealing with their own shows and movies and deleting them and then adding AI and doing all this stuff on top. Daz is literally saying like, to succeed now in this economy and also in this era, you have to do it yourself. You have to do indie animations, indie voice acting, indie movies. So I'm like, in a way, doing fan films is something that is very much on my mind. If I was to do, yeah, there was also like I can't remember who it was. Who was it that said that we should do a? I think it was on stream. I said it, but we were planning it. We were saying how we have to get the TOKUTubers of the UK to make a fan dub of the Power Rangers show, and it's just all of us with the different accents.
I'm not. I think that was me. I'm not. I wouldn't take full credit, but I've definitely. I've said that in some form. That I just like because then it'd be like the one ranger would be just Welsh, like, but even I'd put on like a really Welsh accent, and then like you guys could just like do. Well,
We'd have to do it. That's a British Toku thing.
I did 3 years of uni doing film. I specialised in being a first AD. I got the best possible marks I could get. And I left uni, and the first thing I did was go, right, cool, done that, spent my money on that degree. I now want to be a full-time content creator. Because I was just like, I watched the industry crumble. We'd have like people come in who like had directed episodes of Doctor Who and like different shows, and like they'd teach us. And then they'd be like, yep, so I've just signed a part-time contract with the film school. And I'm like, sick, so you're not working anymore and you don't have a job. Lovely. That's inspiring. It's an entire thing. It's literally everything is in doing it yourself. And I'm
Blue is Welsh. I'm Scottish.
Well, that's like I said earlier. Thing is, I am half Scottish, but because of that, and because my dad's Scottish, that's like the family Scottish. I suck at a Scottish accent because I can't really tell unless it's really like thick. I can't tell the difference.
I'm quarter Scottish. But that doesn't mean bullshit with it when it comes to accents. We were talking about accents earlier on. The reason why my accent is so like you can't really place it, and I will say things in different accents as I go through sentences. So sometimes I'll say glass, sometimes I'll say glass.
Mm-hmm.
It's random. I do not choose. It just happens. But it's because I was born in Iceland. I was brought up in West Midlands, not in Birmingham, but near. Then I moved to Winchester for uni. Then I moved to Brighton. So I've just gone down, 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 down. And now I'm in the south. So my accent is all over the place. So in that British version of the fandom job, I don't know where I would be. I want to be in it, but I would no idea where I would be in that casting.
So you'd have to look at who's like in the team and then do the one that isn't there. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to work. Yeah, I'd have to work it out. I'm finally going out of work, so I'm heading home. Thank you for the long podcast. How long have we been streaming for?
3 hours 35. I think it's the longest stream I've ever done.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I always
want to be like, let's go for the 4. I always want to be like, let's go for the 4, but we shouldn't.
Well,
I mean, I want to.
You've put that idea in my head, that was the problem. But it's also 1:45.
Do you have anything to do tomorrow?
Yeah, a lot. To the point where I shouldn't have done this stream tonight, but I was like, I wanted to stream. I asked you.
I know.
Hold me at gunpoint, put me in a stream.
Do it. But still, I'm just like, this is long. But I hope like we've not owned, well, I was going to say inspired, but maybe that's not the thing.
It's the most like...
We've talked about this so much stuff.
Yeah, it was like fun life, Tokusatsu, therapy, Tokusatsu.
Therapy.
And then...
Yeah. It's been all over the shop. I think like me talking about this always turns to like the women's perspective though. And I do this a lot also. I do it a lot though. Are people annoyed at that? I don't know. But
again, think about, like I said, there's probably so many more female creators than I'm aware of that I've seen on my feeds and stuff. But it is still very male dominated. So the louder you can be, the better. Yeah. In my opinion.
The issue with that is that because I'm talking about shows that people love, but I'm talking about them in a very negative light when I talk about the specifics to how women.
It's also a show you love, though. It's not as if you're saying this is a shit show that should be turned off the air. Like, it's still a show you're watching weekly. You know?
Yeah, no, for sure. But people get very, very they get very worried and defensive when I start talking about their show in a bad way. But it's the perspective I'm looking at that that I see it from, in a way. And I think it's a different perspective. I think people are very happy to watch the show and not think about how the other gender is perceived or shown. So I think when I come in quite bombastically.
Mm-hmm.
But if people are willing to listen, they do kind of understand it from my perspective. I only know Keza and some Korean ladies. Is this the Korean ladies that react? And they're like, they talk about it, and it's the guy who's like, this is this character, they do this, and then they show the henshin. Is that the Korean girls? Because I love watching their show.
Somebody earlier did ask in the chat if we can say Korea and then Korea, which is obviously for the reason that I've just said the same word twice. It was Korea, the country, and then Korea, the lifelong job.
Oh, Korea.
Yeah.
Korea and Korea. Korea. Oh, God.
Yeah,
how do you say it normally? Is it
I think it's
Korea?
just...
Korea.
North Korea, my Korea. Same thing.
Korea? Why do you go for North Korea? There's South Korea too.
It was one of two.
50-50 choice.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
That's such a shout. And I made an edit about this the other day. D myself, the only female thing that ever irritated me about Power Rangers was that Z and Sid in SPD never got promoted, but Sky and Bridge did. Honestly,
oh my God.
I made an edit which was literally just Z as green and then Sid as yellow. And then there was people in the comments being like, why are we so sure that Z would have been green? And then it's just like, well, because it was the numbers, right? You know, blue became red, green became blue. And then just a bunch of people being like, oh shit, I never thought of it that. And I was like, oh, that's why it's just weird that they were just like, yeah, we're going to get blue at 1 and 2, and we're just going to leave it at 3. Like, no, shut up.
See, this is the thing. Like, when you look at how, like, when you watch a show, you don't think about it. But when you look at the real, like, way of how women are written, there's some issues there.
Yeah.
And it definitely comes from the writing. I don't think it comes from the actors, because there's been so many instances where actors have said, I've tried to act for this scene. They didn't care. They didn't want me to act. They told me, this is a kid's show, don't act.
In Power Rangers, nobody, like, shouts. Like, they raise their voice. Like, it's always... To the point where, I'm not going to say it because I don't like the actor, and I think he's one of the bad bunch that we've talked about. But there was, like, a thing where he was in a different show, or, like, a short or something, and I was like, oh shit, he's acting. But he was, like, one of the worst actors in this show that he was in. And I think it is just the direction is like, you've got to be so mild and so toned down. This is crazy. It's like in Cosmic Fury, Ollie throws a sword at Amelia, it scratches her face, and she gets a black line that goes away after the episode finishes. It's like you can't even like kids graze their knees and they see blood. Like it's not that gory.
I need to show you King Oja, man. I need to show you King Oja because there is acting in that show, and you wouldn't expect it. But Gira, the Red Ranger, has some. Oh my god, no, all of them. Oh my god, all of. Oh my god, dude. There are some moments where I just cry. I just sob. Like, there's a meme that comes from my content that I am just always crying in reactions, and there's a lot of reactions that I cry at. I almost cried at every single episode when I watched King Oja, like the lead up to the end of King Oja. Every single episode made me cry because everything was just so sad but so impactful and powerful. If you want to see a show where the actors are acting, that is a show you need to see.
So I've got Tokuja, I've got King Oja. In reality, I've got all of Sentai. It's just the order at which it happens, based on how many people want me to watch it. Because the toxicity in me, realistically, what I want to watch first is Q Ranger again, which I've heard a lot of good things about Q Ranger. Never seen it. Is it good? I loved it. But this is what I'm saying. It was a show I watched in lockdown, and as I said, it was broken up because of the site I was watching it on. I wasn't aware of the sites that we all use now.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think looking back, I
Yeah.
probably didn't appreciate it the same way that I would if I watched it now. Which is why I'm like, I want to rewatch it to actually watch it. But then I'm like,
Yeah.
there's no way the first show I'm watching is the one I've already technically kind of watched.
Yeah.
But
See, I would, if we do that collab where we watch a show together, or like I visit you or you visit me, or we meet in the middle, I would have to say we have to watch King Oja. Like that would be the one I would ask you to watch with me.
do we know what do we know? Because this isn't a bad thing. I'm up for it. Like, what's like the hours that would fit in? If we went straight, that's not even without like a break or like a.
Well, okay. I think it's like 22 minutes per episode. People in chat, please let me know.
So it'd be like 22 times like 48.
Yeah. 20 times. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I was like, someone get it up.
1,056. So divide that by 60. 17 hours and a half. Over a half.
Mm-hmm. So for my 10k subscriber celebration stream, I am planning to watch the whole of Kamen Rider Build, and I'm doing it in a 24-hour stream, and I'm literally staying up and watching the whole thing, start to end.
I reckon.
And I don't. I'm gonna die, but it's
I reckon do that. Work out the trial and error. See what happens. Because you say 24-hour stream. Like, you know, I'm not saying you'll need to pee like 10 times, but like there'll be certain like
I might.
Stuff, do you know what I mean? Like, and then see what the average is for like how much time is spent not watching it, and then we can just look at that and go, right, how can we optimize this? Because you know, like you got those people that are like, I watch anime on 3 times speed and I cut out the intro, and it's just like there are people who have methods. So
yeah, I'm just ready for the chaos. And I still have a bit of time. I think I've still got like 400 subscribers to go through to get there. So there's no rush.
I'm praying.
How I'm going at the moment.
I'm praying just for you as a friend, but also just for how funny you would be. Like you just something blows up overnight, and that like tomorrow or something, or just like that'd be hilarious. It's like, oh, I got time though. Wow. That's what I said. I was like, oh, I got time to sort out this video and this custom play button and all that shit. And then another 2,000 subscribers over, I'm like, fuck, I didn't do any of that.
Yeah. I mean, I really want to have like guests on occasionally. So if you're wanting to jump on and join with me for like a couple episodes, you're welcome to.
Like episodes 37 through 41.
I know.
Out of context.
A lot of it will be on my own, I assume.
Depending on what day you did it, drop me a message. We'll see what happens. But I reckon if you get people on just to join you along the way, that'd just be bounce.
Yeah.
Because you could line up time zones as well. Like you could do like Marcus and Tom as you get to the later, and then
there's ways of doing it. And it's a meme because like obviously I'm so pro BL. I love BL shows and stuff. I love talking about BL actual BL J dramas, and then actual talking about the BL in Toku. Because of the Toku to BL pipeline I mentioned before. So when apparently Kamen Rider Build is literally the BL, if not Gav being BL now, but before Gav there was Kamen Rider Build, and they're always laughing at me how I haven't seen it yet. So I'm like, okay, I'll watch Kamen Rider Build when I get 10k. That is the thing. I might hate it. I might get halfway through the show and I'm just like, I want to end.
Awful, wouldn't it?
But I think I don't know, because everybody also watches like Kamen Rider. At the moment, you watch it episode week by week.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be watching it all in one go, so I don't know if that's healthy. We'll talk about it.
I mean,
we'll see how I go.
I can't comment. The longest I've done is like The Irishman, which was 4 hours. 4 hours?
Oh,
4 hours.
I've done 24 hours before, dude. I've done 24 hours before.
Yeah.
The way it happened was like I was very, very on the same level. I was like, oh, this is fine. I can do this. Got to about like the evening, and I started faltering. It got to about like 18 hours in, and I was dead. I was so tired. I was like, I can't keep going. And it got to like the last couple hours, my energy just picked back up, and I was zooming off the day. I was just on it again. And then when it got to like that final 30 minutes, I had 1,000 people in my chat because everyone could see the timer go down from 24 hours, and it was chaos. That last hour was chaos, but it was so worth it.
Yeah.
And people will like follow you as well as you go through it, which is really fun.
Well, that's the thing.
I haven't done it since.
Anybody who drops in as well will be very interested to be like, okay, in 6 hours this is meant to be done. I'm going to come back and see if they're still going.
Yeah. I'll be back in 10 hours. Like, you could literally say that. I'll be back in 10 hours. Awful. It was fun, though. Like, I don't think I would do it all the time. But if watching the whole show in a 24-hour stream works, I mean, I can get content out of that if you think about it like that.
Honestly,
and I can...
you think of the short form you could get as well. You were like, oh, you know, it's hard to keep up with TikTok. That's like 50 videos.
How do I've got editors now, I guess. But
just send them a 24-hour clip.
24-hour. They would hate me. They would actually kill me. They'll be like, what are you doing? And I'd be like...
Be ready for a pay rise. Just be like, here's the clip, and here is a bonus.
I have no money anymore. Do it.
That'd be sick, though. I mean, I can imagine... I think it's something that I could probably do, like, once a year. I don't think I could keep that type of shit up. Only because I'd be so anxious about just... Not, like, that I'm on stream for 24 hours, but just, like, this is the only thing I'm doing. And then I'm like, if I'm thinking about other stuff, I'm not paying attention to this, which is what I'm meant to be doing. But also, this is the only thing I'm doing. It'd be interesting, though.
Yeah. It's funny you said that. Daz has a very similar kind of thought process where he doesn't like streaming games because it feels like he's wasting time. But it's the thing he needs to do. It's the thing he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
But then when he's not streaming, he's only thinking about streaming because he wants to do it. So he has this like back and forth between streaming of wanting to stream, but then when he's streaming, he's like, well, is this really what I'm supposed to be doing?
And that is why I have not done a stream in weeks. Because that was like, I could be... Because this is probably doing more for my channel than the next video potentially could, watch time-wise. Right? 3 hours.
I mean...
but...
Stay, watch every moment, guys.
Exactly. To be fair, I know like Marcus has gone, I know there's some people like... There are people that I've 4 hours ago was like, yeah, I'm going to check out this bullshit. And now, here we are, like...
The chaos continues.
I do think it's crazy. My biggest thing back in college was I'd really struggle to get my work done. And then my mates would be like, right, you're not working, come on PlayStation. And I'd be like, I'm not going to come on PlayStation because I should be working. And they're like, yeah, but you're physically not doing the work, and you know you're not going to do the work. And I'm like, I know. But because I should be doing the work, I'm not going to come on PlayStation. And then I would sit doing nothing because I'm not doing the work and I haven't gone on PlayStation. And it was like just a waste of my time even more. We've got 10 minutes till the 4-hour mark, so I reckon we're doing that, and then we'll call it.
We did so well.
So I think the longest stream I've done is 2 hours.
Yeah. I am a bad influence.
And join us next week when Geza returns. No.
I was gonna say, I was just like, I always like doing collabs where it's like, not like if you do something for me, I'll do something for you kind of thing. But it's more like I like having that back and forth of content, so both people kind of get something from it, I guess. Yeah. Well, so I was like, how do I do it on my end? How do I convince you to do I mean, we're working on the video. Maybe that is good enough.
I mean, and I've been in I was in like the the Hear Me Out cake.
Yes, that was fun.
And I sent you footage for your sequel. You never did it.
I never did. To be honest, that was again when I was feeling the burnout, and
Yeah.
I have been struggling to do any other content other than the reaction stuff. And I'm still catching up because of my holiday when I went to MagFest.
Mm-hmm.
Still catching up. Like, that's the thing. Okay, I'm going to quickly say this is my last statement. Toku is such a specific thing that if you're doing reactions, you can't miss episodes. You have to keep up with it. Like, I'll be up to date. I'll be very much on it with the episodes. But then, like, when a new show starts, or if I've been on a holiday, or if something happens and I have to go and see my family, or if there's an event or something, or I'm in fucking Edinburgh Fringe for a whole month, I am always behind on episodes the whole time. So I feel like I'm constantly like catching up, trying to catch up.
Yeah.
With Gav, trying to catch up. I think I've got one more week of double episodes, and then I've caught up. But then at the same time, I think Go Juja, I'm a couple episodes behind now. Hence why I've got 2 editors working on each video as it goes out.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm not up to date on both shows. And the fact that I'm not up to date on both shows makes my views go down because people want to see the stuff that's happening now. They don't care about the stuff that's happening weeks ago. That was weeks ago. No one cares. But I did a poll being like, should I just jump to the current episodes or catch up? Everyone said catch up.
Mm-hmm.
So now, so when people were like, oh, I can't wait to see what she thinks of today's episode, I'm just like, you just told me to catch up. Now I'm trying to catch up, and you're talking about the current episodes, and nobody cares.
A guy commented on one of my videos today, because I don't do, like, every week Go Juja. I'll just, if something really interests me, I'm like, I'm making a video on this one. And there's a guy who was like, I can't find episode 5 and 7. And I was like, that's because I didn't do a video on it. And, you know,
not there.
yeah. And I also try and make my videos, instead of being like, episode 8 of Go Juja is this, I'll go, this is this thing that happens in Go Juja. So it's like, it has a bit more longevity. But typically, I'm like, if I'm doing a video on Go Juja, I want to get it out quick, and I want people to enjoy it now. Therefore, you know. But that's not to say I wouldn't do what you're doing, which is going back, because people just value your reaction rather than info about, you know, the show itself. So I said to my mates as well, I got mates who do Pokemon, and I don't give a fuck about Pokemon, but I watch all the videos because they are just funny and entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a hard one because you also don't want to just turn around and go, oh yeah, I'm gonna skip all of this and jump in this when people have specifically asked you. But then there will always then be people going, where's this week's episode? Where's this week's?
Yeah.
You can't, but you won't be able to please everyone.
It's also funny because people know I am up to date on stream.
Mm-hmm.
But then in the comments, it'll always be like, oh, Keza has no idea what's going to come up in the next episode. And I'm like, dude, I am behind on episode uploads, but I am up to date on reactions. Just come to Twitch and watch it there. Like, I know what's happening. I'm trying to get to it. Anyway, we're almost done. How do you feel? 4 hours.
I feel informed. We've learned a lot, I feel.
I've yapped a lot. Professional yapper, someone said in chat, and I agree. Professional yapper. Both.
Trouble is, I've really enjoyed it. It feels good to be streaming. Guarantee you, when I'm gearing up to do the next stream, I will fall into that. But I could be editing the video right now instead of streaming. So I hope you all have enjoyed this while it lasts, because I want to do more. I can't promise.
It's always hard. Like you always say, I'm going to stream every single week. And then when you actually get to it, it's just like, oh, I've had a bad week. I'm tired. Things just don't work sometimes.
I used to do it as I leave work, because I finish work at like 10:30, 11. So I used to just come up and then do it. And I'm like, I still got a bit of life in me. And then I was just like,
bit of life.
Going to bed.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the reactions on Sundays are so good, because because it's weekly, I can just be like, on Sunday, I'm going to stream. That's the only way I'm able to stream it weekly now. But yeah.
What's Twitch like with like copyright to reaction content?
I used to get copyrighted on music. So sometimes they will silence a VOD. But most of the time that would be for the intro music where I just play random music in the background.
Mm-hmm.
However, touch wood, I have never had a copyright for any of my reactions.
Because I know
when I watch it.
Toa just watches Power Rangers on his stream, and I'm just like, I'd maybe move over to Twitch if I knew I could do that, but then I don't want to, you know.
I think you need to cover the screen slightly. I think that's why I don't get affected by it. I also make the sound very quiet on the reaction on the video. Sometimes it's bigger, it's louder, but I do put down the sound of the episode so we can be heard over the top with our commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also have us literally with color going across the screen as us PNG reaction, just to really nip it in the bud of any issues. And I think that's why it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. I wouldn't recommend everyone do that because one, that means no one cares about my reactions. That's my selfish take on that. But also it's just like, it's a risk. I've had Twitch copyright me on several occasions. I'm just very lucky at the moment they don't care about Toku shows.
But
don't let Toei know.
That's that, like, it's not that, but the gatekeep mentality of like, I hate gatekeepers. I would love for everything we love to be loved by the world. But then you do have that small bit inside you that's like, but it is nice that I can get away with what I can get away with right now, because like the fact that like we're in the top whatever % of Toku creators or whatever is because there's not that many, or like there is many, or like, you know what I mean, that type of thing. So it's it's I don't know. I think if streaming is like the best way I can get around watching these shows, I think. Like I give myself the time, but then it's just like, YouTube says no instantly. So if Twitch is the way, maybe
Twitch is the way. When it comes to reactions like this, the way that we do it anyway, definitely watch it on Twitch. Because it definitely, let's just say that when I was doing the gaming content, this is like my last point. When I was doing the gaming content, my views were okay. Like, they were all right. I had like 10 views, quite specific. Overall, on an average, it was 10 viewers. Sometimes with my reactions, they go up to 100 views. And that's on a very specific, like very popular episode. It can go up, especially like when a henshin's happening and it's the first time they're henshining, the viewers will spike up because people will see that I'm at that point of the episode and they'll come in and just watch and then leave because they want to hear our reactions. So there is, I would say there is a demand for it on Twitch. And people just want to see your reactions to it. Even if, for example, this is what I do. I react to it. I make a Patreon version, put it on Patreon. Then I use my edit to make a reaction. Mm-hmm. What you could do to continue with how you do it at the moment and to avoid copyright altogether, watch it on Twitch, make a Patreon, put it on Patreon for your whole reaction, then do what you do with the content already, making like a commentary on it.
I've made 2 Patreon exclusives. One of them was me reacting to episode 1 and 2 of The Red Ranger Goes on a Journey.
Yes, sorry, you already have a Patreon, sorry. But I meant...
But even like enlisting it through YouTube to put it on Patreon, it was like, no, copyright.
What I say is upload it straight to Patreon. Don't put it as a link. Okay. Just upload it straight to Patreon. They limit how much content you can upload, but it's quite a lot anyway.
Okay.
But I say do it, because then if anybody wants to watch it, they have access to it.
Yeah.
And then it brings people in, and it just gives you a little bit more help on some things if that's what you require. And it's just a good way for people to like really delve into your reactions as well. Just a way of doing it. That's how I do it.
On Twitch and Patreon in the next.
Literally. And then you could do Twitch, you could do Patreon specific streams as well, which I haven't done yet, but that's also
That's true.
there.
That's one of the biggest things, because I was going to do just the YouTube channel membership thing.
Mhm.
Because you can just do things directly to that, but then apparently there's a bunch of cons to it. I was like, I'm not gonna be fair. We've done 4 hours.
4 hours!
We hit
Let's go!
like a YouTube milestone. It's like, we hit 4 hours. Yeah. Physically just spoke. I also want to apologise to the chat because I know that I was in that questions booth for a long time. I probably haven't spoken to any of you, but it's been a belter. Keza Henshin, thank you so much for just being you and gracing me with 4 hours of informative nonsense.
Informative nonsense! That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
I am better off for it, but there is no doubt that it went from really topical, important conversation to, like, the reason why What was it we say? Why you smash or pass monsters? I was like, peak content.
It's a relevant. That's why I do it though. It's a relevant thing because I feel weird sexualizing women and men, so I sexualize monsters instead. I'm gonna shut up right there. There's a method to my chaos. There's a method to my madness. And not anybody can be Keza Henshin. I come up with the questions you need to ask. Do you smash this monster or do you crash this mecha?
I back it.
Sorry.
I've got the at Keza Henshin and at Kizachi VA on screen. Is there anything else you can plug? Is there anything else you want to
I always react to Toku stuff, Superhero Time on Twitch every Sunday. Mainly at 10 p.m. UK time. I don't know what that is in PST because it's always changing at the times. And just genuinely, thank you so much for having me on here. Guys, make sure you support Nate as well. He's smashing it at the moment. I know you don't like me talking about it, but you're doing so well. No! But yeah, I hope that this continues, even just like the success of Toku in the UK. I hope that Kamen Rider Global sees us in the UK as well, considers us. Toku Spirits considers us. It's just, I hope everyone stays safe as well. The world is a scary place at the moment, but with a little bit of love, a little bit of care, the world can be a better place. And just tolerance. Please have some tolerance. Occasionally, it helps the world. Just to be a little bit nicer. So, thank you. Just thank you for having me on. It's been a blast. Honestly, I've had a really great time. So thank you.
Mic dropped.
Mic drop.
Banger. Thank you guys. Thank you, Keza. Oh yeah, bring it back.
We gotta start.
Final
we're gonna
question.
end the way we started.
Final question. Yaraka, him, she, her, they, them.
I think it's a he.
Because that's something
voice them anyway.
I was gonna say that's what I never quite. I was like, because we got Deck Trader, we got Tasha. I was like, I don't know what this guy is. Cool.
They've described him as a he, so I think he is a he. But at the same time, he's just Yarikar. Just a little Yarikar.
Say,
and that's what he needs to be.
Can you say, thanks for watching Film Studios, and then as Yarikar, and then as you do, I'm going to cut to the end screen.
Okay, ready? Thank you for watching Film Studios! Thank you so much, and see you next time! Bye!